Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, Killer. Ah, today I want to see if I can add Sunday as my regular streaming time. It's a little bit difficult just because I work every other Saturday and I just worked this Saturday, so yeah, 4 hours of sleep. I went to bed as soon as I got home so I can rest up as much as possible. How you doing today, Killer? I hope you're doing good. Skoja's here to ruin my day. Of course he is. Already, right off the bat.
This sound means it's time to get up off your ass, stretch, and give us 10 push-ups. Let's go.
Could be worse, Killer. Yeah, I guess it could be worse, couldn't it? You could have just gotten what I just got. Anyway. Making sure I got all 4.
Absolute plank.
Yep. Alright. Time for exercising. We ready? You just wake up? Too bad. Let's do it. I'm gonna start with push-ups. Give me a moment. Aww. Thank you, Killer. Thank you for the head pats. Should save them for after I'm done, though. Alright, push-ups. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm gonna do plank sets. 60 seconds worth. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm not going to count each one. 20. Because I can count with my fingers. Oh. I hope you're having a better day, though. 30, 31, 32. Hope I can get you in a better mood. 40. Almost there. Last 10. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. Alright. On my back. Bicycle crunches. 30 of them. 30 each side. Ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
15, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Ugh. Oh, my abs are on fire. One more. Jump rope time. Oh, ready, set. Where am I at? Go. 1 minute of this. Jump, 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 jump.
Water would be nice.
The 9-minute 50-second mark, I should be done. Whew. Jump, jump. Whew. Already 30 seconds passed. Six. There we are. Workouts energize me for about 10 minutes, and then I just get even more tired. Thank you for the hydrate. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing good. Whew. It is good to get some exercise in, though. Even when you don't want to. Whew. Thank you, thank you. I like that pats. Thank you so much. Whew. I'm going to take a moment to catch my breath, because I'm going to need it in order to read. Another reason I wanted to do 3 streams a week is because I know Twitch has something going on where if you watch someone 3 times in a week, you get bonus points. So I thought I'd be able to have that available for people if you catch all 3 of mine. I know Skoja already streams 4 times a week, so it's easy to get that. So I also found out why. Yeah, you didn't see. Yeah, it's something. It's like a promotion for on Twitch that's just giving everyone extra points if you watch 3 in the same week. So. It should be, like, somewhere. Should be somewhere. I can't think right now. Oh, boy. But, Killer, I had a, after stream on Saturday, I found out why no one was getting any notifications from my streams. I had vacation mode on. And, I think that's why no one was getting any notifications whatsoever for a while. Oh, that makes me so... That was unfortunate. Whew. Anyway... I'm still catching my breath a little bit. Alright. How about we start? I'll make sure my game's launching. Whew. Alright, how's that? Bum, bum, bum. Thank you for the lyrics, Gojo. Gonna hop right into it then. Last time I played it was last Sunday. So I was just out and about with Akira. I head back to my apartment, pondering the encounter in my mind. It still lights out by the time I return. The day stretches ahead of me, full of possibilities that don't actually exist. I could study if there was any point in doing so. I could hang out with my friends if I hadn't already screwed them over somehow. I should just talk to them, honestly, and apologize. At the very least, hear their side of the story. Try to understand what exactly is going on in their minds. And yet, I don't. Even I'm not completely sure why. The only clue lies in this nagging thought in the back of my mind. Maybe it's better that they don't know you. Maybe it's better if they didn't have to blow off classes in order to find vague clues for an even vaguer case. Maybe it's better that if they weren't forced to deal with some depressed kid who never got over his sister's death, maybe their lives would be easier. If that's the case, the only thing I can do for anyone, really, is to solve this case. Solve this case and stay out of the way. The key lies in my laps. Everything could change depending on what I saw last night. Click. You're a coward. We'll see about that. I need to know why the exchange took place and what it meant. I break out of my train of thought, pondering my next course of action. If the doctors can be trusted, all I need is a strong trigger, something that can give my brain a nice kick, like a bloodied corpse. Right. Easy. I raise my phone, hands shaking. Nausea churns my stomach as I bring up my browser search engine, switching the mode to images. I can do this. For Rui, for Masato, Yahiko, Mr. Ryota, Shikure, for the people who've died. For Mizu. I tap the screen with finality. Gruesome scenery floods my pupils, pulsing into my brain like black oil. It wraps around me, strangling my breath out of my lungs, laughing softly in my ears. Too late. I struggle against it, but the empty eyes, the wash of organs and veins, it sends my head reeling. I vaguely feel myself turn over, retching. A lapse pushes at me, but I push back, reaching into the furthest depths of my mind. Remember, remember, remember. You can do it. A clear, high voice pierces through the haziness of my mind. What? I know you can do it. I'm dumped into the yard of some primary school, where there's grass and trees and no towering monoliths of skyscrapers. It's most definitely a suburb. I'm sitting on the swing, and a tiny girl with legs that don't even reach the ground is on the swing next to me. She's a brave one. With every extension of her legs, she pushes higher and higher until she's almost horizontal with the bars. Then I realize that I'm also tiny, and my own legs don't reach the ground. This day, I remember it well. I remember it to the point of painstaking detail. I remember how the sun felt on my face, how the flowers sang in the wind, how the delighted shrieks of children were a soundtrack that played endlessly in the background. I remember despising it all, because no one should have been happy. Not when I had to move, not when adults kept saying things I didn't understand, not when Mizu was gone. So, when they come, just tell them, okay? The girl's cheery voice broke me out of my thoughts. I was barely swaying back and forth on the swing, a comical juxtaposition of her vivid enthusiasm. Okay. It was not okay. I was not okay. And I would not just tell him as a child, but as a child, I had very quickly learned that saying okay was the easiest thing to do. Saying okay made people happy. Saying okay made people leave you alone. But this girl was an exception. As she swung down, she suddenly ground her heels into the bark mulch beneath her feet. Wood chips sprayed at me. I promptly leapt to my feet, yelping in indignation. Hey! The girl jumped from her swing, landing in front of me. When she stood up, her hair seemed to glow like fire in the sunlight. Promise? I flicked bits of bark off my elementary school uniform, nodding dully. Okay. Pinky promise? She stuck out a hand. I shoved mine in my pockets. Okay. You aren't pinky promising. Cross my heart. Hope to die? I didn't speak, because I suddenly felt funny. This girl's eyes widened. Oh, maybe you shouldn't hope to die. Your sister's already dead. She said this solemnly, and, as a 7-year-old, I had absolutely no concept of political correctness, so I only shrugged. Yeah. It's okay, there's lots of trampolines in heaven. Trampolines and flowers. Okay. And the girl, through with saying her piece, leapt back into her swing and continued her crazy quest to the top. I only made shapes in the bark mulch with the tip of my shoe. Suddenly, the girl hunched her knees to her chest and pointed frantically in the distance. Hey! Hey, they're coming! Hey! I shrank against the swing. I didn't need to look where she was pointing. I already knew what lay in that direction. Come on, Yama, get up. No. You promised. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. You just promised. No, Hey, you poophead. I stiffened and glanced meekly at the newcomers. 4 older children, bigger in every dimension, with glittering eyes and smiles that were far too cheery for this time of day. Or any time of day, for that matter. You're a stupid poophead. Yeah, why don't you play like us? He doesn't even talk with anyone. Just stares at us with those freaky freak eyes. Like his freaky freak name. Yama. What a stupid poophead name. He's a mountain. The crazy girl slammed her shoes to the ground again, spraying mulch at them. They didn't even flinch. Instead, they grinned widely. Oh, he's with a girl. Having fun with your little girlfriend, freaky freak? Oh. I only hunched my shoulders and took the abuse. The girl, on the other hand, curled her fingers into a fist, crouching aggressively. He's not my boyfriend. We don't kiss yet. Yama and Rui, sitting in the tree. Kissing. I bet he's got cooties from her. I don't have cooties. Ew, don't get too close, guys. You might get some. Run away! As the girl, Rui, lunged after them. The 4 split and ran circles around her, laughing raucously. Hey guys, I came up with a song. Yama Yama needs his mama. Freaky freak, just like a llama. Yeah, what's a llama? Doesn't matter. Yama Yama needs his mama. Freaky freak, just like a llama. Needs that girl to fight. 'Cause he has no might. They slapped their hands together, laughing cruelly as I fought to keep the sting out of my eyes and throat. Okay. I said this placidly. Saying okay would make them happy. Saying okay would make them leave me alone. But just as they were about to lose interest, Rui socked one of them straight in the face with her fist, rage twisting her cherubic features. Her target collapsed to the ground, sniveling, but the rest only laughed. You hit like a girl. Is that the best you can do? Freaky freak and his freaky girlfriend. I'm not his girlfriend. What on earth is going on here? A teacher jogged over to the scene, followed by a crowd of twittering students. Rui's eyes lit up, thinking that help was coming. I only continued to stare at my shoes. I knew what would happen. Teacher, these 4 bullies are... Teacher, Yama hit me. Look at him, teacher. I think he's gonna die. Yama's not being nice. You said we should be nice, right? At the flip of the switch, the bullies had transformed into a pile of sniveling, clueless victims to the odious freaky freak. The teacher examined the scene before her, pursing her lips. The crowd awaited her judgment. Even at 7 years old, I already knew what it would be. Yama, I understand all the bad feelings you must be dealing with, but you can't hit people, okay? Infuriated, Rui jumped in front of me, yelling at the top of her lungs. They're lying, teacher! I hit him! The teacher smiled tenderly at her. Rui, I know that you're very nice and you want to protect Yama, but he needs to take responsibility for his own mistakes. Yama, come with me. We need to see the principal. Okay. I silently got to my feet and passed through the crowd to her side, still staring at my shoes. I could hear the bullies snickering in the background. But Rui grabbed at my sleeve, whispering softly but intensely. You know what? I'm going to ask Mommy and Daddy. I'm going to ask them how to get back at those poop heads. They'll be sorry. Just you wait. She released me. The teacher led me away. A proper criminal to the execution block. I tried to forget the encounter, to strangle the hope that was rapidly rising in me. Sooner or later, she would get tired of me. Sooner or later,
she would decide to leave. Sooner or later, she would just be another face in the crowd, calling me Freaky Freak. She never did. She moved cities and started attending the academy. I followed her out, all the while expecting that one day she'd realize that she didn't have to be with the freak, and she could have any friend she wanted. And on that day, I would have moved to Isamu for nothing. But that day never came. I wake blearily to a hammering, dull sound, almost like someone pounding at my door. Open up, Yama Ishimoto. I know you're in there. Come and get the door, you bloody prat. I allow myself a moment to take in my surroundings. Looks like it's already nighttime. How long have I been out? Don't make me break this down. Every attack on the door drives further into my headache, making me wince. What is Elizabeth even doing at my apartment at this hour? Just quiet down for a second, okay? The pounding stops. Finally. Turning on the lamp, I glance around. At some point, I'd thrown my jacket on the ground. Thankfully, there's no vomit or other bloody body... What? Thankfully, there's no vomit or other body discharge to be seen or smelled. Did I fall unconscious? Did nothing else happen? I'm waiting. 5 minutes, Your Majesty. I struggle to my feet and head to the door. A sudden dizzy spell knocks me over. I barely catch myself on the kitchen counter in time, but as a result, my hand slips on a cup, sending it crashing to the ground. I wince as the harsh sound scrapes against my eardrums. Porcelain rockets to every corner of the room, skittering across the tile. Good God, what's going on in there? Dots spin in front of my vision as I struggle to the doorway. Something cuts into my foot. I roughly shake it out. Finally, I manage to open the door. Elizabeth's dour glare promptly melts into shock. Yama. Happy? I stoop to pick up the porcelain. My foot twinges with pain. Wincing, I crouch to the ground and examine my heel. Why are you bleeding? I point wordlessly to the shards of the cup. Elizabeth sighs, gingerly plucking them from the corners and dumping them into the trash. You seem to be getting into these scrapes quite often. Hey, it's not every day I break a cup. She ponders this silently. It's only then when I actually clock the time. What are you doing here? What are you even doing here? No, actually, how did you know where I live? She flicks the last of the shards into the trash can, then turns to me, hands on her hips. Is that really what matters right now? Look, first we need to take care of your foot. Where's your first aid kit? I'll let her know. I wordlessly point to the medicinal cabinet in the kitchen, bottom shelf next to the stove. She crisply strides to the cabinet, pulling a pipe of antibacterial ointment and a gauze wrap. Foot. I can bandage it myself. I can do it better. Are you seriously turning this into a competition? That wasn't what I... Just stick out your leg. I don't have the will to argue with her. I silently extend my foot. She wets a towel and dabs it against my heel. You're lucky that this is a shallow cut. There's not even any glass in it. Sure. She expertly slicks the ointment, then binds the injury with a wrap, as if she's done so 1,000 times. The fluidity of her motions is almost hypnotizing. As she finishes, there's a typo in there. As she finishes, she suddenly speaks, her voice unusually soft. Why were you at the train station yesterday? I freeze at her words, withdrawing my foot and taking a step back. Train station? Did she see me with Rui? Is this about Shoji's death? I decide to stick with a cautious answer. Rui was planning on commuting from home, so she had to take her stuff to the train station. That's not what I meant, Yama, and you know it. Why were you at the scene where an academy student died? My mouth runs dry. I work to speak past the ache in my throat. What? Shoji Hasegawa. He died at that train station, and you were there. How did you know that? Would you just tell me? Why were you there at that exact moment? The pressure from her words bears down on me heavily. I make my way over to the couch and take a seat. Were you there too? Yama, just answer. How did you know? Why are you always so insufferable? I might not be your best friend, but don't you trust me? Just one whit? My exhaustion, my nausea, my dizziness, it culminates to a lump of long-ridden resentment. Insufferable? I'm the one who was insufferable? I was just a normal student in a normal class. I didn't cause trouble. I didn't bother anyone. Who bothered whom first? Who insulted whom first? Who was the person who pretended to be my friend? I wasn't pretending. I was trying to help you. Oh yeah, you were an angel, nagging and criticizing and micromanaging me. You should have just done my homework for me. Let me ask you, did I ever ask for your help? Did I ever ask for you to tell me that I was trash at everything? Look, I'll admit that I made some mistakes, but I was trying to help you. Well, I thought so too, until that project. Don't tell me that I'm insufferable. You're the one who started it. Elizabeth bristles visibly and grabs my shoulders. Her breath is hot against my face. A current of lavender and vanilla brushes against my cheek. What did you expect? Did you think I would baby you around? You dumped that project. You left me to do everything. You don't know how many all-nighters I had to pull just to get that bloody poster done in time. That poster isn't even what? Worth anything? It's worth a grade, Yama, and grades are money. More than that, it was the City Link project that was worth 50% of our grade. I blink in surprise at this fact. Honestly, I never checked the syllabus. The fact that one project would be worth so much is alien to me. Elizabeth quiets and releases my shoulders, sitting down on the opposite end of the couch and folding her hands in her lap. To you, coming to this school is just pocket change. Not exactly. My parents aren't billionaires or anything. Maybe, but you can slack and you'll come back another semester. You can scrape by at the bare minimum and stay assured that you'll remain a student. But I need to work for it, so that I'm not a burden on my father. He's already so busy with work, the house, and with me. Education is just out of the question. She seems to shrink inwardly, looking oddly defeated. I tried to work past my shock and phrase my next question delicately. Your mom, doesn't send help? She's dead. Oh. Yeah, makes it a bit difficult. Just a little. She recovers and stares me in the eye. You already know that I'm a part-timer at the cafe, even while I keep up the illusion of being rich to others. But the absolute best thing I can contribute is maintaining an academic scholarship at the academy. My cynical side can't help but laugh. Scholarship? Who would work so hard to come to a school like the academy? But at the same time, if I'm fair, I know that it's one of the best high schools around. Shows you just how much quality of education has deteriorated since the Depression. To you, Yama, it may seem like I only cared about my grade. And yes, I was controlling, and I wanted to control every aspect of the project. But it wasn't just for a nice letter on a card. It was to keep my scholarship. If I had let things fly, I would have lost it. What? With you dropping the other end, the most I could have gotten in that course was 50 points. If that's worth half my grade, well, there goes the scholarship. I absorbed this quietly. Truthfully, I don't even know how to respond. I didn't know. I'm aware of that now. My grades are my livelihood. So is how I uphold myself about my peers, my extracurricular activities, my everything, really. A full scholarship to a school like this is nothing to sneeze at. But you're basically a slave to the school. Well, I won't deny it felt that way. A lot. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can win it back. She trails off, her eyes drifting to the distance. I nudge her. Win what? Oh, nothing. Yeah, that sure looks like nothing. Well, it's not important at the moment. What I want to know is why you were in such an insufferable ass on the project. Loath as I am to admit it, you weren't completely awful until it started. Her subtle insults almost seem to hold a teasing edge. It prompts me to reply honestly. Well, your nagging was irritating and your opinions were bad. But honestly, I didn't care that much until this one day where you mentioned my sister. Sister? She seems genuinely aghast at this nugget of information. You don't remember? I didn't even know you had a sister. Oh, interesting. At the time, I thought it was a deep insult. Oh, and your sister thought so too? Well, she's dead. Oh. Bit hard. Just a bit. I'm sorry then. I didn't know. Was that why you dropped the project? Something like that. Well, it makes sense. A moment of silence falls between us as we work to process these revelations. Honestly, it feels pretty alien to share a civil conversation with Elizabeth. Up until just a week ago, we'd been at each other's throats on a nearly daily basis. This really is like Pride and Prejudice, isn't it? What? Well, I've gone so long misunderstanding you. Well, so have I. I guess both of us are Mr. Darcy. And Elizabeth Bennet. I suppose everyone is, to some extent. You more than most, Miss half-English woman whose name is Elizabeth. Thanks for the alert, killer. Please enjoy. And you as well, Mr. Takes his wealth for granted. Before I can respond to this, she clears her throat. But this is getting off topic. Seriously, Yama, I need to know why you were at the train station. My guard instantly rises. Even Elizabeth doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Just a mention of the trauma puts me on alert. Well, why do you need to know? Elizabeth rockets to her feet, her voice low as she glares down at me. Why? Because depending on your answer, you could be the primary suspect in the recent disappearances. A primary suspect? But how would she know? Why would I was just... Do I need to spell it out? Katsu Kobayashi. He's a policeman, the one who found you in the forest a few days back. Right around the time they found a body in the same forest. A mutilated body of a student that matched the pattern of disappearances. Well, Katsu's in charge of Shoji Hasegawa's case at the train station. And what does he hear from his primary witness? That you were there. Of all bloody incompetent people, you somehow possess the intelligence and initiative to flawlessly kidnap and murder 4 to 6 people. I can't tell whether she's insulting me or fighting for my innocence. Not that it matters when she knows so much. How do you... She throws her hands up in the air. Fine. My father is the bloody superintendent of the bloody Isamu Police Department, and Katsu is a family friend. Now will you tell me? I'm stricken speechless by this barrage of revelations. Elizabeth is the daughter of the police superintendent? Come to think of it. Maybe. Maybe she has superior knowledge of dressing wounds because her dad is the police superintendent. Pieces start falling into place. Elizabeth's atypical outlook on the killings, her systematic behavior during the school investigations, how she knew how to handle a gun, even just in laser tag. Something makes sense about her. If you're wondering, no. My father doesn't blab about confidential information. I learned as part of an investigative process that involved Katsu interviewing me. What? I wasn't even thinking about that. Then why are you wasting time? Just tell me what you were doing at the station. Napping? I told you. I was helping Rui move. Those are the words I want to say, but can't. What was I doing? At the train station, I might have just fainted. But when I'm sleeping, when I'm lapsing, I have no clue what I'm doing. Elizabeth's frowns flattens into neutral curiosity. Yama? I don't know. It's impossible to tell what's going on. Everything happens so quickly. The deaths. Being drafted as an assistant, then being fired. More deaths. Fights. All over the space of, 9 days since school started? You're just being ridiculous. You either did something or you didn't. Look, just say that you couldn't have had anything to do with Shoji's death. What if I did? Then say that you did. Is it really that hard? Hard to admit that you could be a serial killer without even knowing? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty hard. Then again, she just thinks that I'm joking. And what if I don't know? Her expression quiets as she seems to understand. You're not seriously entertaining this idea, are you? For God's sake, Yama, you, a murderer? That's a load of rubbish. You can't know that for sure. Oh, yes I can. Look, it's bloody impossible. Clearly you're not the actual killer, or you wouldn't be acting this way. Therefore, there's no reason that you would have anything to do with these killings. Stars above. For a rational person, you sure do awful little thinking. Ironically enough, the bite in her tone is comforting. She sounds so confident, like I could never be guilty, like I would never be able to hurt someone. But she doesn't know about my lapses. She doesn't know that I could potentially be a completely different person. Look, you're many things, Yama, but a murderer is not one of them. You've got to believe that. If you don't, no one will. What if no one already does? Then you've got to show them. Show them who you are. Show them what you can do. They'll doubt you. They'll fight you. Maybe your friends will leave you. But you've got to fight back. I have no doubt that any other person, her speech would be amazingly inspirational. To any other person, life changes would be made, and worldviews would be altered. But fighting back? Involving people? Doing something? That's what I've been doing for this past week. Uncovering, investigating, taking initiative. And, well, we saw how that turned out. Still, I have to admit that she stirs hope, even in someone like me. Her words make me want to leap up, to raise my fists, to fight back. I just don't know if it'll make things better or worse. Thanks, Elizabeth. She falters, her eyes widening. What? That's the first time you didn't call me Lizzie. Would you prefer that? Not particularly. It simply feels odd. Her eyes drift across mine, slowly, contemplatively. Well, done with your pity party? As close as I can get to done, I suppose, Miss Bennet. Fair enough, Mr. Darcy. After all, I know how you enjoy your parties. Ah, yes, you can tell by my acute desire to eat, drink, and dance the night away. Why, the night is scarcely young. Wait, it's midnight? She lips away, pointing it to the clock in clear horror. Oh, looks like it is. Good God, I have to get going, now. She hurriedly shoves the medicine back in the cabinet and scrambles to the doorway. I instinctively grab her sleeve. Wait, what's the... Let go, now. She doesn't look like she's going, so I quickly release her. Something dawns on me. Oh, academy curfew? What? No, I have a permit because of my father's job. Does this curfew even exist, or does everyone just ignore it? Then what is it? Homework? Sleep schedule? No, nothing like that. Shouldn't Shouldn't it be obvious? A girl in a boy's home at a late hour? What? Just that? It's nothing to worry about. I've had plenty of girls over. Rui was one of them. Heck, she even knows the key code to my door. But Elizabeth doesn't seem to take this as comforting. In fact, she turns white as a sheet. Plenty of girls? It's fine. People don't care around here. I care. Do you know what this could do to my reputation? She paces agitatedly, wringing her hands. Her worry is stressing me. Look, like I said, it's not a big deal. Guys have girls over all the time. And girls have guys over all the time. She stops in her tracks and stares at me. Oh, as friends? Well, what else would they be doing? Oh, Yama, what the hell? You're asking because you don't know? That is generally why people ask questions. Yes? And according to you, girls come over and guys come over and they just study or play games or eat dinner or whatnot? That's exactly... Wait, what were you thinking? My God, I can't believe we're having this conversation. She covers her face and rearranges her jacket, quickly opening the door. I'm just going to go. Now. I'm left flabbergasted as she slams the door in my face. I can't even get in a word. Well, that was abrupt. I swear, I'll never know what's going on in that head of hers. Yeah. Probably doesn't mean anything to you, Yama. But I believe in you. Before I can make a move. She promptly shuts the door again. This time, I hear the rapid blink of her shoes against the apartment hallway as she strides out of the complex. She believes in me? Of all people, Elizabeth Oshiro believes in me? Well, that's just like the irony of life, I suppose. And I can't deny that it's reassuring in the most bizarre way. Excuse me one moment while I grab another water. Here we go. She's more confident than I am in my own innocence. Feels nice to have someone like that on your side. A fighter, a warrior, someone who you know will tell the truth into your face, even if you don't want them to. I can trust her, weirdly enough. The boost to my mood gets me into an investigating mood, but I manage to stave it off. For now, I need to go to bed and get some rest. If I'm going to tackle this crime, I need to do it on an alert mind and a lot of sleep. I'm tossed awake by the rattle of a jackhammer just outside my window. It's still dark out and my eyes are bleary. I rub them and squint into the street. A handful of men garbed in bright orange are huddled around some crack in the middle of the road, surrounded by 3 large trucks. Definitely construction work of some kind. I fall back into my bed and jam my pillow over my ears. But it's futile. The noise pounds straight through my wall. No matter what way I turn, it continues to throttle me from all sides. Aggravated, I leap out of bed and head to my living room, kneading at the tension between my temples. Of all times to choose construction, did it really have to be at such an ungodly hour? I retreat to the living room and lie on the sofa, but sleep avoids me. Looks like it's gone for good. Well, clearly, this isn't going to work. I decide to just get up and start the day. Let's see. Breakfast, fridge, completely empty, of course. To be fair, it's been a while since I've gone grocery shopping. But that does nothing to stop my growing irritation. This day looks like it'll be fantastic. I head to the door to pull on my shoes. A sudden alert from my phone stops me in my tracks. Crimson Crusade. I have not heard from you in some time, Mr. Troll. Is a night bothering you? Dates can often be unreasonable. No. No, I don't need another mysterious email. I don't need advice. I don't need any of this. Unreasonable. Wasn't there something about the case that was unreasonable? Come to think of it, maybe I should check into the independent killings again. From the sounds of it, those killings might have a substantial connection to this case. Well, I guess the internet exists for a reason. I withdraw my phone, running a search on the independent killings. Only a few options pop up, and when I tap on them, they'd never load, only spinning in place. What the heck? I tap again. Refresh, restarting my browser. Nothing. My internet's fine. I check the NNN website, and it loads within a second, but nothing with the independent killings. Seriously? The last thing I need is tech problems. Today seems to be one of those days where nothing goes right. I struggle to keep still, breathing deeply to stave off the irritation. My interrupted sleep, paired with my nagging twist of hunger, is starting to haze my brain. No, I need to fight this. First, I have to buy groceries and make some breakfast. Filling my stomach will help me think clearer. I head to the kitchen for my book of coupons. Technically, I'm not short on money, but it never hurts to save. It's one of the few things I can do for my parents. But when I look through the drawer, I find a phone tucked away in the back crevice. A phone? What's a phone doing here? Curious, I pick it up, turning it over in my hands. I don't recognize it. It's the latest premium Lemniscate model. Upscale even for my standards. Whoever owns this has to be a really rich kid. I try to switch the phone on, but nothing happens. Not even the empty battery indicator. Odd. Is it completely dead? I pry the back panel open only to find that there's nothing where the battery should be. Weird. Looks like someone took out the battery. So now I've got this random phone, and I have no idea where it came from. Wait, isn't this the model that Misaki was talking about before? It says here they're holding some kind of lottery drawing for weed? What? Why would they be giving that away at a drawing? I'm puzzled as well. Someone mind explaining what this weed is? WEED is an acronym for Wall Electric Energy Director. It's a new Lemniscate cell phone that can run on power from a wall socket even without a battery. That's right. If this is the new model that Misaki was raving about, I can just use my universal Lemniscate charger to turn it on. I plug the phone into the wall, holding my breath as I tap the switch. The wallpaper glimmers to life. A cheery group photo of 7 or so people taken in the school courtyard. What the? These faces are the faces of Shoji, Akane, Haru, and Yahiko. Huddled around them are 3 other students whom I don't recognize, but I think I've seen them around the cafeteria as the Happy Club. Could this be Yahiko's phone? No. He hasn't come over since last week, and even if he did, there's no reason he'd leave his phone here, much less without a battery. Then I notice that the phone has no lock system, no number code, no fingerprint recognition, no voice command. Something feels dirty about looking through someone else's personal information, but given these circumstances, it can't really be helped. I hold my breath and slide the lock aside. A barrage of messages pops into the screen, all from Yahiko. Bewildered, I filter through them. Yahiko Ikari, new messages. Dude, where are you? Dude, tell me right now. Haru, pick up your damn phone. I'm coming, so help me. I'm coming for you, damn it. The phone slips out of my hands and clatters onto the counter. I stare at it, wordlessly, aghast. This is Haru's phone? What is Haru's phone doing in my apartment? Frantically, I check the timestamp of the messages. 2 nights ago, just an hour after the train incident. That train accident where Yahiko had allegedly been arrested and taken to the police. Was that why his words were so harsh? But then, why did I see him in District 6 that night? Haru, Yahiko, Shoji. The lapse. What happened during the lapse? I stumbled to the couch, my vision spinning before my eyes. What's going on? Images shift in front of my eyes and overwhelm my vision. In my apartment. I'm in my apartment, but I'm out of my apartment. I'm in the present, but I'm in the past. Everything smells like iron. Iron. Trash. Smoke. I walk forward, and the carpet against my feet turns to slime. District 6. I'm in District 6. I'm in my lapse. I stagger forward, blindly reaching for a hold in the wall. A garbage bin. Anything. My shoes catch against something on the ground. I barely hold my balance. Just a few feet away lies a corpse, hewn with long, slender cuts over every inch of its skin. Trickles of red seeping to the ground. A dark pool sloshes over the cement, sluggishly clawing towards my shoes. I step forward, fixed with morbid fascination, and peer into the corpse's mutilated face. Is that Yahiko? No. No, what's Haru? Why is he... I have to be mistaken. I have to. Nausea rekindles in my stomach. I'm struck still with shock. My limbs frozen to the ground. Iron fills my nostrils, strangling me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My body is unmoving, still, rid of its suffering. I run. I sprint as fast as my legs will take me, weaving through the buildings, streets, until my lungs are pleading for air. My surroundings whistle past me, twisting into macabre images of mocking beasts. Too late. Always too late. Yama? I grind to a halt, struggling to keep a grip on my panic. Yahiko stands before me, his phone open and a light in his hand. He's pale in the moonlight, almost to the point of being a ghost. Yahiko? What are you doing here? We stare wordlessly at each other. Yahiko suddenly shakes his head, as if waving his thoughts away. Have you seen Haru? That depends on your definition of see.
No, you're not late, Liz. I've still got plenty of time. I started about an hour ago, though. All that you missed so far was me doing a round of exercises. I would talk to the in-game Elizabeth and cleared up some misunderstandings. Now, no longer hate each other. But then afterwards, trying to think about the crime situation, I ended up remembering one of the lapses, or not me, but Yama. And Yama found Haru's phone in his drawer, just kind of sitting there, and started to remember. And we just saw Haru sliced up in front of him. Okay. And just after seeing Haru's corpse, we ran into Yahiko, and he just asked, "Have you seen Haru?"
And I say, that depends on your definition of see. Now is probably the worst time to have a smart mouth, but I can't help myself. I have to find some cruel humor in the moment or I'll break. I saw what was left of him. You... what? Yahiko's eyes search my face, but I'm unable to speak. He quickly grabs my shoulders. Then what are you doing? You shouldn't even be here. I scoff at this. No, really? Yahiko rifles his fingers through his hair agitatedly. Don't you dare tell anyone. His eyes are pleading, but the urgency in his words startles me. Why not? Look, no one can know about this. His evasiveness makes me wonder. It's almost as if he already knows that Haru died. Scared someone will find out? He falters, staring at me in disbelief. I'm trying to help you, dude. You have to get out of here, now. His voice is flat. I don't even know who I'm talking to. This is not the same Yahiko that I've known for 2 years. Why would I... Go. Leave. The intensity of his voice shocks me into obedience. I race away, fleeing to the safety of my apartment. You're going to cut them in half because you're not supposed to do any strenuous activity. Oh, because of what you just went through yesterday? Really? I didn't know that recovery needed to have you stop for a bit. Jeez, recovering from a tattoo. I didn't realize it was so involved. Is that to help like prevent the skin from stretching or something similar? I have no idea actually. Then again, I never had one or seen one done to anyone before, so that all Getsu really showed us was just kind of like aftermath. I didn't know that there was a recovery period. But yeah, take it easy then. The intensity of his voice shocks me into obedience. I race away, fleeing to the safety of my apartment. I don't look back. I throw the door open and race to the bathroom, sagging against the toilet as nausea roils in my stomach. Haru's injuries flash before my eyes, inducing a fit of retching. Healing is just until the second skin comes off? So what, does that normally take like, what, I think 7 days then? About a week? I know skin replaces itself like practically like once a week, right? I throw the door open and race to the bathroom, sagging against the toilet as nausea roils in my stomach. Haru's injuries flash before my eyes, inducing a fit of retching. It feels like hours before my body finally seems to calm down. What did I just see? You can take it off after 2 days, but I kept it on for a couple extra days because the plasma helps it heal faster. What is second skin? Is that like, that must be something topical, right? That you put over your tattoo? I guess I was a little confused. Not necessarily like topical, but like something to help protect the skin as it heals, I guess. It's just a clear wrap kind of thing. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that.
So yeah, just take it easy then. My hallucination merges with reality. I'm hunched over the sink, staring emptily down the drain. Haru, mutilated to death. Yahiko in District 6 without any rhyme or reason. Everything pointing to me. Or rather, the unaccountable alien in my body during the lapses. Gone. It's all gone. I'm too late. I can't. I shouldn't. I didn't. Mizu, Haru, Shoji, I stood by. I killed them. I killed them all. Blood. When there's enough of it, the metallic scent kind of turns sweet. Almost like a rich, vibrant pool of paint. Paint that gets everywhere, that seeps into the walls. The cement. Broccoli. Oh dear. I don't know if you were there at the very beginning of Lucid 9, but there was the voice of a psycho that you heard, or that I read, that looked at a mutilated corpse and called it art. And now I'm starting to see parallels to that. Ha. Ha ha. Paint. Art. I've never been much of an artist. Your best friend DoorDashed you broccoli? Nice. Like what kind of broccoli? Steamed broccoli? What's with the broccoli? Unless it's if it's by itself, that's just be odd. Or did they just send you just a ton of broccoli? Here's some broccoli from this store. Wait, really? Like just from like the grocery store? It's like, here's some broccoli. I give you the gift of broccoli. Oh, wow. What are you going to do with it? Now I'm really curious as to what you're going to do with all that broccoli. Well, yeah, of course. Are you going to eat it raw, though? Or are you going to boil it, steam it? You could saute it. You can grill it. Yes, raw? Okay. I never really eat broccoli completely. Well, yeah, of course. I never eat broccoli like raw. When I do, though, it's with like dill dip. I do enjoy that. I don't know. Do you eat it with dill dip too? But yeah, I never really. I mean, if it's absolutely like the freshest broccoli from like the farmer's market, it actually does taste slightly sweet. From the grocery store, I guess it depends on when it's in season, but when it's out of season, it tastes a little bit bitter. Or quite a bit bitter, actually. Anyway. Oh. Do you have it with like any dip or anything? Because I usually, if I eat raw broccoli, it's with dill dip. Of course, washing it first. So. With ranch? I used to like ranch a lot. Now, I don't know. I think my taste buds kind of changed against ranch a bit. But I know how like tasty it can be, so. And now I'd rather have like steamed, seasoned broccoli, like garlic, salt, and pepper. I'm already 25% complete. Yay! Thank you for the donation, for the challenge. I'm going to continue. Yeah, if I do an ASMR stream, it's going to be on a Sunday. Hopefully I'll have Lucid 9 done by then. Just because I know you had the day off, and I actually don't know about Tech, because I know she wants to, she's been donating for it too. I just want to be able to do it on the days that everyone has off that wants to hear it. So I'll do my best to try to get a date that will satisfy as many people as possible. Alright, I'm going to continue. Going back to serious mode. Ha. Paint. Art. I've never been much of an artist. Maybe if I was, Rui would have stayed. But Rui left. No. I chased her. I killed her. Just like I have with everyone else. Rui's not dead. I don't think so. I'm done. With all of this. Too late. And there goes the bell. Finally! Gosh, I thought that class would never end. The bottom right of my screen changed. That used to be pure white. Now it's red. Hello there, child. Welcome to the chat. I'm playing a visual novel. And I'm reading every single line. So. Don't forget, big test tomorrow. My class groans in unison, but I don't join them. I've accepted my fate. I'll just suck at math forever, so I might as well not study. Great. Now I sound like Yama. Huh? Yama. Big dummy, whining dummy, angsty dummy. Dummy that I haven't seen since the train accident. Yeah, I'm worried. Is that pathetic? I feel like that's pathetic. After the words he said, I should be mad at him. How could he say things like that? How could he use that kind of weak spot against me? I still trust him, I guess. I can't seem to stop trusting him. Besides, if I'm honest, I said some terrible stuff too. I just want to talk it out. We haven't had an argument about this since Mickey left. I know everything will be fine if we can just talk it out. I think I'm in Rui's point of view now. This is the first time that's happened. But why do I need to be the one to take the first step? Okay, I know I was insensitive, but
Doesn't Yama know that I just want what's best for him? He's never really been able to take care of himself. He's basically a big, overgrown baby. A really attractive, big, overgrown baby. My cheeks still flush, remembering how he suddenly wrapped his arms around me and shielded my eyes from seeing Shoji. Whoa. Okay, Rui. Cut it out. That's just pathetic. Someone who I knew died right in front of me. And instead, I'm just thinking about my crush. Is this what they mean by coping mechanism? Anyway. Yama, baby. Baby Yama. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do that if it's about to be something pop up. Actually, if ads do come up, it'd be a good time to actually just straight up pause. So, if anyone's watching, I don't accidentally continue and they miss part of the stream. It's coming in like 30 seconds. Okay. Or is that why Yama got so upset? Because I keep thinking that he needs to be taken care of. I don't know. It's been so long since we've been so distant. I don't even know what to do. Is this what twins feel like when they're separated? Lost? Even if they technically have other friends. Okay, you know what? Now's a good time to pause. If ads are going, that means it's just you and me here. I'll reread the line once it starts. But how are you doing? I know you've been really busy. Oh, our ad's done? Well, that was quick. You're good? That's good. I love you so much. Aww. Are ads still rolling? Why are you looking at me like that? The deviousness in your eyes. I just seen the button the button press for ads. Did you do that? That's funny. Ad break ends in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay. Sit at 61. Alright, cool. How are you doing, third child? I'm not going to say your name on stream. So I will just refer to you as third child here.
Better than before. That's good, that's good. I'm so glad. I'm so happy. If you have any questions about me, I'm pretty sure you can ask Liz all about it. But if you have questions specifically for me, I can answer them too. But just sit back and enjoy. Just relax. I know you've been through a lot. I don't know exactly the specifics, but I do know that well, why not? She's an audience member too. I just wanted to say hi, and that I'm glad that you're doing much better. There are people who still care for you. Ads are over. Alright, I'm going to continue with this story. Welcome back, everyone. Ah, you're welcome. Is this what twins feel like when they're separated? Lost? Even if they technically have other friends, like certain meddlesome roommates whose names I won't mention, but may or may not be called Akira. But anyway, being apart is like walking without shoes, or doing homework with a pen instead of a pencil. It's not seriously bad, it's just weird, not comfortable. Maybe I should just talk to him. And from the ways things are going at this school, it's better to not live with regrets. But at the same time, can I really do it? Hey, Rui! A classmate pops in front of me with a cheery wave. I totally forgot her name, but I instinctively returned her smile. Hey, what's up? We're heading to GFC. You game? My smile falters. GFC. What I wouldn't give for a trip to GFC, with everyone there. Sorry, I think I'll pass. GFC is General's Fried Chicken. It's a play on KFC. Aw, don't be a party pooper. Come on. I really can't, but thanks for the invite. You're not going to talk to Airi Hiraga, are you? What? Where did that come from? I don't know. Well, you used to hang out with her. I glance in Airi's direction, out of the corner of my eye. Even though school's technically ended, she's calmly sitting at her seat, munching a peach. I used to just go up and talk to her, because of her quietness, how she was bullied, how she was labeled. It really reminded me of Yama. I still should reach out to her. I still should defend her. But it just hurts. Is that why you were with me? Sticking around someone you know you're better than at everything? Probably made you feel really good about yourself. It's not true. It can't be. I wouldn't have done something like that, right? Didn't some philosopher once come up with a theory that every act someone did was only done to help themselves? That there's no such thing as a real good deed? Helping elderly people is just to make yourself feel better. Giving to the homeless is just to get attention. Loving family is just to repay them for raising you. That, in the end, everything is selfish, and selfless love doesn't exist. No, that can't be possible. He must have just been a real moper. Rui? Huh? Oh, sorry. I just remembered that I left my laundry in the washing machine. The lie passes smoothly from my lips.
What's even scarier is that I don't feel a hint of guilt. Oh, I see. That happens to me all the time. I know, right? I should really set an alarm. Well, guess we'll get going. See ya. Have a good time. The moment she exits the room, though, I instantly drop my smile. Great. Now I'm a fake, just like the rest of them. You're looking a bit under the weather. What's up? Akira suddenly leaps from beneath my desk. I smile in relief. I think it's real this time. Hey, Akira. Should I ask you why you're hiding under my desk? Well, I'd tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. So, drama club? I don't think so. Not today. She stares at me. Not in a judging way, but definitely searching for answers. Remember what you promised? Yeah, but he's not even at school. That's exactly why you should come. We're doing confidence exercises. That way, after club, you can go right to his apartment. What, today? Well, no time like the present. I can't do that. Not in our current situation. The situation won't change unless you make it, Rui. It's a universal fact. The law of... inertia? Precisely. An object in motion stays in motion with the same speed in the same direction unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. Currently, the object that is your and Yama's relationship is headed straight into a black hole, where it will be crushed into tiny bits, or create a time-space paradox that unravels the very fabric of the universe. I point dramatically to the sky. She grins in satisfaction. Exactly. So, you should try. As soon as possible. I lower my hand. I'll try. I say this mainly to appease her. Honestly, I don't want anything to do with Yama. Not anymore. Even thinking about him hurts. Hurts to the point where I feel like I can barely breathe. Rui, it'll all be okay. You'll look back on this one day and think, ha, well, I was as silly as a goose in a soap opera. My throat feels sore. I want to believe her. Honest. Thanks, Ancient Angle. Angle. The word was angle, right? Yeah. Is that supposed to be angle or angel? I don't know. The spelling is angle, so I'm going to stick with that. Oh, it's nothing. Ancient Goose. Both Silly Goose and Mother Goose. She squeezes my shoulder comfortingly. I'm going to club, okay? Come when you can. Everyone misses you. Okay. Have a great time. As always. She squeezes my shoulder again and disappears into the hallway. I should feel terrible for lying, but I can't bring myself to feel anything at all. I encountered other spelling errors too in this. Someone wrote she twice in a row, and it was supposed to be like a 3-word sentence. Yeah. There's a lot in this game. There's a lot in a lot of visual novels that they will have misspellings or grammatical errors. It's fun when you catch it because it's when you speak it out loud that you really start catching them. Speaking of, if you're ever writing a paper or if you're ever like writing like an essay or like application to anything, if you read it out loud, it definitely helps you understand like how it will actually sound to the people who are reading it. And you can catch mistakes like that. So, because your eyes like to trick you a lot when you're reading. Repeated words sometimes you just gloss over. Especially if you read them at the end of a line and then at the beginning of the next line. It's really hard to catch those mistakes. She squeezes my shoulder again and disappears into the hallway. I should feel terrible for lying, but I can't bring myself to feel anything at all. I take up my bag and exit the school. It feels more like something out of a habit than my own conscious choice. I actually don't come to my senses until I reach the school entrance. Why am I here? There's no reason for me to leave. I live on campus. I don't have any activities, and I'm not going anywhere to eat. Thank you for that information. It's just... I don't know, it's just a nugget of knowledge for me. You don't have to pay too much mind to it. Oh, right. The idiots I used to hang out here, usually before a trip to GFC. But there isn't anyone now. Huh? I turn back to the school, but a sudden movement catches the corner of my eye. Huh? What was that? I head around the corner, but there's nothing except the trash bin. Weird. I must just be tired. I think about heading back to my dorm to rest, but Kira's suggestion makes me hesitant. Now that she supplied the idea of visiting Yama today, I can't get it out of my head. It's a terrible idea. He hates me. He doesn't want to see me. He's tired of me, right? But who's reminding that idiot to pay his utility bills on time? Who's dragging his sorry butt through school? Who's keeping him from collapsing out of exhaustion? Akira, why? Fine, I'll go. Just for a few seconds. Pop in, make sure that some nuclear disaster hasn't happened. Pop out. Easy, right? I should stop asking rhetorical questions. They tend to give me the answers I don't want. Huh? I turn around, peering down the road. Just normal people, normal cars, normal houses. Nothing out of the ordinary. I must just be really tight. Okay, what's going on? I try to walk closer to the street and blend into the crowd, but I swear that there's this constant shadow in the edge of my sight. No matter what way I turn, I can't seem to see it. There! Again! I start to pick up the pace, weaving into the populated streets. Still there. Whatever's going on, I need to get out of here. Maybe I'm just being stupid, but I swear that the shadow's actually following me. I jog back to the school, only stopping for breath when everything seems safe. No sign of that person. Whoever they were. Good. Huh? What was that? It looked like they were behind the school. But that's not possible, is it? The only entrance is the gate. How did they get in without me seeing... Huh? The figure starts running straight at me. I don't even have time to think. I immediately sprint away, heading back to the main street. If anything can protect me, this crowd can. I grind to a halt somewhere in the mass of people gathered by the crosswalk. When I glance behind me, I still see the figure hanging around the edge of the buildings. I can't even get a distinct outline, but I swear that I see two glinting eyes in the shadows. They seem to be looking right at me. I shudder, pressing myself as close to the crowd as possible. Thankfully, when the stoplight turns green, the figure doesn't follow. But it's a little strange. Why does that person seem so familiar? I come to a start with my head pounding terribly. This must be what it's like to have a hangover. My eyes absently scan the surroundings out of habit. City, nighttime, sitting on the bench, cool breeze and clear sky, and weather that I would have enjoyed in different circumstances. That's right. I lapsed. I'm back in Yama's point of view again. I draw out my phone, almost lazily. My brain's so fuzzy as I check the time. 10 p.m. I've been out of it for how many hours? 14? The entire day gone. No record of where I went or what I've been doing. I checked my bank records on my phone. Nothing new. Photos, notes, calendar, nothing. Pockets? It doesn't look like anything's stolen. At least, nothing super important. No messages and no calls, whether incoming or outgoing, unless they've been deleted. Is that it? Ah, wait. Something's in my jacket pocket. I pull out a slim phone that's cool and smooth against my palm. Right. The troublesome phone of Haru Bunya. Haru Bunya, who was brutally murdered. Haru Bunya, who had the latest phone model. Haru Bunya, who after being murdered, somehow had his latest phone model make its way into my apartment. If this doesn't raise more than a few questions, nothing will. I don't seem to care. Why don't I seem to care? Well, I guess it's not like I'm going to get any answers by standing around here. I should head back to my apartment, take another look, see if I missed anything. Now that I'm actually thinking clearly. Almost a little too clearly, actually. But what's this? As I draw nearer to my apartment complex, I notice a line of police cars surrounding the entrance gate. Lights flaring and sirens blaring. In the center of their light stands none other than Shigeru Inamoto, deep in conference with the police officer I recognized from the little trip into the forest. As per usual, Shigeru is practically screaming her lungs out with every word. Are you not cognizant of the impetus by which I have come? Officer Kobayashi, the borough has contended that this student must be incarcerated under suspicion of the recent homicides. So I am aware. I harbored my own suspicions. And you contend that such an intellectually impaired ersatz for a humanoid sloth could possess a sophisticated genius necessary to orchestrate the mass murder of his associates? Wait, is she talking about me? Are they talking about me? If the police are here, if the police are talking about me, they're waiting to arrest me? You know him more than I do. What is your opinion on the matter? He was my errand boy. You claim to be good at reading people. Are you saying that you misread the suspect? A muscle in Shigeru's jaw twitches. She stuffs her hands in her pockets and mutters something that I barely catch. I am not wrong. Then you agree that Yama Ishimoto is the prime suspect. What? Would she? Shigeru, the legitimate detective, does she believe that I'm the killer? She wouldn't, right? The emptiness in my chest promptly dissipates, replaced by pounding fear. If even Shigeru believes it, doesn't that mean that it's true? I agree. She agrees. I agree. The universe agrees. I try to step back into the shadows. My feet fumble and I clutch desperately at the wall, staring blankly before me. I'm glad we're on the same page. Now we'll submit a request to Lemniscate to track his phone. The time such an action would take is too substantial. Barring the convict conveniently shares his location with us, the process can take up to 48 hours. Then we'd better get started. He motions to several officers standing by. They gather around him in a loose circle. Wordlessly, I turn on my heels and sprint away. Where to? I can't even say. My shoes seem to move automatically, even as my mind stands still. Corner here, turn here, stop here. Yeah, that's right. I'm not just an ordinary high school student who woke up from an overlong nap. I'm a murder suspect, a guilty conscience, someone who holds the phone of the murder victim in his hand after the victim's death. Shigeru. She's not the type to lie to protect someone. I should have expected that answer from her. Then, if I accept it, shouldn't I be turning myself in? I grind to a halt at the subway platform, sliding onto the nearest bench. Alone in a crowd. Isn't that the expression? Hanging around in public is probably the worst place for me to be. As soon as they get a hold of my picture, my face will be broadcasted across the nation. Who knows? Maybe it's already posted on Patter. Maybe Masaki or Yahiko have already stumbled across it. And like Shigure, just like Shigure, turning, one by one. Not a friend, not an errand boy, not an academy student, a murder convict. Why wouldn't they leave? Why wouldn't they all just go? Because you're not guilty. The voice is almost deafening in my head, resounding in every corner of my brain. I almost start at the sound. But what I want doesn't matter. The evidence says otherwise. Killings happening at night. The culprit. Someone who knows the security procedures at the academy well. Someone who can fake sanity too well. What if, when I'm sleeping, my personality changes, and I get up, sneak across town? You know that's not true. Alright, that's enough. I close my eyes, quiet my thoughts, waiting for an image to materialize. Sure enough, a familiar figure steps into the scene. What are you doing here? I'm here to bail you out, kid. You know, last time I checked, you were supposed to be keeping me sane. Not, putting voices in my head. Ha! I can only keep you sane if there's any sanity to keep, kid. Touché. You know what you're feeling right now? That's disassociation. You're subconsciously alienating yourself from your own emotions due to anticipating future trauma. I know what dissociation is. I like it. You, what? It's a painkiller. What isn't there to like? Snap out of it, kid. You can only get to the bottom of this if you dedicate yourself to it 100%. You can't be afraid to feel. I hope you know how cheesy you sound right now. Will it make you feel? Feel what? Exasperation? You can't give up, kid. Not now. Why not? What's there to discover? That I'm a murderer? A fugitive from justice? Look, do you honestly believe that you're the murderer? Yes. Well, clearly you actually don't, or you wouldn't have dragged me here. You've got my time for now, kid. Make it worth it. I start a little at the accuracy of this Ryota. I must have spent way too much time with him. So, the null hypothesis is that I'm the serial killer, and the working hypothesis is that I'm not. Good start, good start. What does that mean? It means that I just need to find evidence that I'm not the killer. But you won't settle for that, will you? You want to find out who's really behind all this. I might not even know him. You're kidding, right? There's this huge piece of evidence hanging right in front of you that... you know what? It's more fun if I just watch you figure it out on your own. I find myself becoming intrigued. How much do I know that I think I don't? Enough to solve what the police, with all the resources and brainpower and authority, still can't? The police are limited by a little something called bureaucracy, you know? Besides, remember your advantage. My advantage? Over the police? You have a core piece of evidence that they know nothing about. What might that be? I have Haru Bunya's phone. I have Haru's phone right here with me, because it was in my apartment. Bingo! The police don't have his phone in their physical possession. Not like you. They don't have the same hints. Now, to be fair, they were buzzing around your apartment like vultures around a cadaver, so something definitely attracted their suspicion. But it's not like anyone else was at Haru's murder besides you and the killer. At least, no one who witnessed it firsthand. Not only that, but the police didn't come into my apartment until just yesterday. I found this phone just tucked away in my apartment. It had to have gotten there somehow. So whoever put the phone in my apartment knows the code, since there was no signs of a break-in. And, well, you're basically saying that this killer is someone close to me because it can access my apartment. Yes, and? You don't think that it could be, oh, I don't know, me? Oh, really? Then how did you lure the victims out even though you weren't close to them? Or why didn't you remember taking the phone from Haru? Or removing its battery? Or putting it in your drawer? Balance of probability means that you would have remembered at least one of those events. Even so, we are not seriously entertaining this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde play, kid. You know your own medical reports. The lapses are a problem with your memory, not your behavior. It could have changed since then. Do you even know how sad it is that you're losing an argument with yourself? Just move on, kid. We've only got so much time. Even I have to admit that it's an unlikely scenario. Right. So then what? So assuming you're not the reason why Haru's phone is in your apartment, then how did it get there? Well, someone else had to put it there. Good. Who and why? The killer. To frame me. That would have been the only other person with access to Haru's phone before the police arrived, and the police wouldn't have planted the phone in my apartment. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Even if you found the phone, the killer wanted to make certain that you wouldn't know what it was for. Why did that fail? What? Well, you found out it was Haru's phone because you turned it on. That was clearly not within the killer's plan. So he's saying that the killer didn't know about the wall charging feature. The killer might have taken out the battery, but he didn't know that I could power the phone just by plugging it into the wall charger. Which means he knows about some technology, but not all. He knew enough to take out the battery, but not enough for the latest features. Ha! Good going. You might actually solve this for real. See, you already know one thing about the killer that the police don't. Hooray, let's throw a party. Ah, suck it up, kid. There's another weird thing about Haru's case that you need to remember. Happen to know? What is it? The location. He was killed in an alley in District 6, not in the forest. Good, good. And? It's a place with too many potential witnesses around. Even though the forest has police on patrol, it's not like they can secure a large portion of it, much less the entire forest. He probably knows the forest like the back of his hand. He could have easily snuck around them. A sad truth, but good. Although it would have been risky to take a screaming victim into an area swarming with personnel. Would the forest have been swarming with personnel 2 days ago? Um, 2 days ago. Yesterday was, I think, the train accident. No. I'm trying to remember. The police can't be everywhere at once. Oh? That day was also the day of Shoji Hasegawa's death, right on the subway tracks. Then I can't imagine that the group at the forest would be anything more than a skeleton crew. Well, technically, those would be two entirely different divisions. One's with violent crimes, the other's probably with civil affairs or something. Usually, yes, but it might have been reported as murder. Yahiko was arrested and interrogated for it. Did you see how easily he walked out of it? Must have been a witness interrogation, not as a suspect. Well, it's either that or his parents were influential enough to. Okay, we're getting off topic here. Let's just settle it like this. It's likely that it was handled by the Violent Crimes Division, because it involved the death of another Academy student in the wake of multiple student disappearances. Furthermore, there were 3 witnesses at the scene. You, Yahiko, and Rui. And all of you are also Academy students. Happy? Why didn't I think of that? You just did. So why does that matter? The forest was still a fairly viable option, at the very least. It would be away from overly inquisitive citizens. Then why was Haru still murdered in District 6? I guess it'd mean that the killer wasn't entirely in charge of his circumstances. Things didn't happen according to his plan. So then, the question we must ask is this. Why and how was Haru murdered? I can't answer all that. You're killing me over here, kid. Fine, I'll rephrase. Remember how every victim previously logged in for curfew before they disappeared? Yeah, but Haru didn't. He was away from school even before curfew tolled. See something weird? Besides the obvious break-in pattern? Holy smokes, kid, the pattern is odd. Why would the killer kidnap students after curfew? Let's say I'm your everyday Joe. Well, your everyday psychopathic Joe. I need to kill a couple people here and there. And for reasons unknown, it has to be a bunch of kids at this super uptight private school. When would I choose to strike? After curfew? Tell me why that's an obvious disadvantage, ignoring the obvious security problems. It would... limit the suspect pool. Because security locks down on the school after curfew, only a few people can be out and about. The suspects would be limited to students or maintenance staff, like the janitor or security team. Good. Hardly ideal circumstances for a killer. So, pretty safe to presume that he wouldn't act after curfew unless he absolutely needed to. Which means that Haru Bunya missing curfew was his own choice. Because if the killer kidnapped him before curfew, then why didn't he do so to the other students? Unless this time was an exception. Hey, everything can be an exception. You'll never get a working theory that way. Now, let's think about this. Haru skips curfew while the killer is confined. Night falls. Unlike the other victims, Haru is out of school, but still ends up being killed. He probably thought that he would be safer if he wasn't confined to curfew. Oh no. You don't think that. You think he went to look for the killer. There's no proof of that. I wouldn't say that. It's easy enough to stay safe in public. 24-hour fast food restaurants with CCTVs, public hospitals, even the police department, for crying out loud. The killer might know the school security system like the back of his hand, but he can't control all of Isamu. And Haru didn't seem like the stupid type. Just so. Coincidence? Probably not. Good boy. But if that's the case, why wouldn't he tell anyone his suspicions? You tell me. Because he didn't have any. He was just going to tail the first guy who left the school. And on that note, why didn't he notify the police if he was going to take such a risky action? Why wouldn't he notify the police? Why wouldn't he? Indeed. This is what you want me to feel. Correction. This is what you want you to feel. Because I have to understand what Haru is thinking. You only don't understand Haru because you're distancing yourself too much. It's time to get real, kid. check that phone of yours. Check my phone? I stumble out of my concentration in a disorientated mess. Still in the subway, which is now completely empty. How long have I been thinking? I peer on the abandoned platform. Nothing but the soft flickering of dim lights. Well, I guess it makes sense. This isn't exactly a major station. A dull vibration in my pocket of my pants redirects my attention. Ah, that's right. My phone must have been vibrating all this time. From Shigure, probably. To lure me someplace or another, or some teacher to warn me on my absence. Maybe even a friend who's wondering where I've been. It probably was vibrating from the moment I entered this subway. Vibrating incessantly. Commotion. I tend to shut it out when I'm overwhelmed, distancing myself from reality, as Mr. Ryota would call it. Childhood trauma, learned behavior, coping mechanism. One moment the world is there, and the next it's just me, alone with the figureheads inside my brain. A caricature of Mr. Ryota to help me think better. Or a caricature of Rui to stabilize my emotions. Such extremes haven't been necessary for years. After all, what excitement happens in high school? Gossip? Relationships? Bullying? But now I'm distant. I feel it in myself. Something hollow, cold. Something that apparently couldn't even notice the vibrations of my own phone. Well, guess I eventually noticed. I humor myself and scroll through the notifications. Daily mundane life, I expect. Sarge? Hate to disturb your 1,000-year slumber, but have you seen your destined princess? Huh. Dude, have you seen Rui? Is Rui with you? Rui MIA after school. Respond ASAP. Rui is missing? I don't even realize it, but my fingers weaken, and my phone slides through the spaces between my knuckles and turns end over end. Clatters to the ground. The shrill impact of flying glass against concrete echoing down the hollow, utterly abandoned passage in which I sit. Rui. Missing. Rui is missing. It starts out as a disappearance 3 times. A disappearance from school. A mysterious vanishing after a logged curfew. No one can find them. No one can contact them. Phones are tracked and found in garbage disposals. CCTV footage turns up corrupted, or deleted, or looped. Then the bodies are found. Peeled, sliced, ripped apart. The mutilated remains of what was once a human being. What if one of those bodies, one of those victims, someone who gave terrible rending screams that only went unheard, was Rui? Waking up in the cold dark, greeted by a pale, croaking voice, seeing nothing but the sheen of a blade in the moonlight, something that saws through flesh. I force a shaky breath into my lungs as my chest constricts. The world pulses. Rui is the next victim. An afternoon disappearance. Another break in the pattern. One more shaky breath. My vision spins. Rui is with the killer, with someone whose mask is perfect, who disappears without a trace, who eludes the police without effort. Like everything is just a game. Someone who isn't caught by an army of highly trained officers of law enforcement. Someone who I can never dream of catching. Rui is going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just a 17-year-old kid, hiding in the subway like a homeless beggar, a refugee from police custody. Rui's smile, her teasing, her nagging, gone, just like that. Another figure who entered my life, only to leave me, violently ripped away before her time. Another person who deserved to live so much longer. Pull yourself together. Huh? Moping around doesn't help anyone. If you want to be useful, then be useful. Lizzie. Figures I'd see you. You like to challenge me. Guess this time wouldn't be any different. Huh? So things aren't hopeless? What amazing advice do you have for me? This comes almost mockingly. A crushing weight has filled the space that was once empty in shock. I have nothing left but sarcasm and cynicism. In response, Elizabeth's image flickers into Mr. Ryota. There's still a key that you have to remember about Haru's case. A key? Recall it. How did you stumble on the killer in the first place? Haru sent me a location ping. It's only after the sentence spills out with too much ease that I realize its irregularity. Haru sent me a location ping? We're not even close. Not only that, but there was barely any time between the location ping and his death. So, somehow, in his last moments, just before he died, he decided to send a location ping to me? I fervently racked my brain for an answer. Would Haru really do that? Would he really put the fate of his life on me? I scanned through the flowcharts of known ways people socialize in my head, but it turns up blank. My brain is freezing. I can't see beyond the mental image of stumbling on Rui's body, cold and bloody, mouth open in the last remnants of a scream. No, Haru, location ping. Why would he send it? Why would... Blood. Terror. The crushing force of water. No, stop. Must think. I force all the habits from excessive therapy sessions into practice. Deep breaths, tall spine, tense all muscles, and relax slowly from top to bottom. Her life is at stake. Rui could die at any minute. Maybe she already has. Or maybe she's cramped up in whatever sick places Psycho has, waiting and dreading the moment when nothing will be on her mind but excruciating pain. Damn it! Mr. Ryota bleeds into Elizabeth, flickers for a moment, then bleeds into Misaki. Yama? I can't do this anymore, Miki. Please just leave me alone. I know this is hard, but right now, you're the one with the best chance at finding the killer. Because of this damn phone. You know what? Fine. I can't handle this on my own. I'm giving it to the police. Won't they just arrest you? Yeah, but they'll find out that I'm not the real killer. But they have to trust your word that someone else put that phone in your apartment rather than you taking it from Haru himself. It could take days, maybe weeks to clear the situation, even if you are eventually found innocent. And by that time, Rui will be dead. Miki, please help me. Rui, don't you love Rui? She needs us. In that case, do you remember whether someone sent you an out-of-place location ping? I've received and sent too many damn location pings to keep track of. Maybe you can narrow it down? Or maybe you can start using your head. Before Harubunya, was there anyone else who accidentally sent you a location ping? Actually, now that she mentions it, I remember something. Pinged. Isamu Imperial Boarding Academy. Rooftop. Oop. I missed that. A location ping? From Mickey? Did we arrange something? I don't recall any recent conversations with her. Yeah, it was you, actually. You sent me a location ping by accident. You mistapped because my name was right under... Wait, mistapped? Because my name and his name are right next to each other. Yahiko Ikari? When I think about it, everything fits too well. Yahiko Ikari. He started the Happy Club and is connected with 3 recent deaths: Akane, Shoji, and Haru. And before that, he also knew Midori and Toma. All the names of the victims. And he would know a lot about the Academy's security and technology. Maybe even more than the average faculty member, being the son of higher-ups at Lemniscate. And I've seen how in the blink of an eye he can shift from joy to depression, almost as if he has a perfect control over how he wants his emotions to be seen. And he knows me, knows the code to my apartment, knows my schedule, knows my actions and my reactions. And he was there. At the murder of Haru, Yahiko Ikari was there. He had coincidentally run into me. Seemed flabbergasted that I was there, so kindly offered to cover for me. Yahiko Ikari, my former roommate, my friend. Well, isn't that just so damn typical? The serial killer can't just be some random chump off the street. No, he has to be someone close to me. But as my fury intensifies, as black anger, nausea, and everything solidifies the blood in my body, Masaki's image fizzles to Masato. What kind of friend are you, man? You know it ain't Yahiko. You've known him for 2 years. I spit bitterly. Yeah? Give me some proof. I'd love to believe it. I don't think it's Yahiko either. For starters, you got no proof that some big shot organization just hacked out your lock. Might be tough to break for one person, but ain't even a sneeze for a team of pros. So, you're saying that the serial killer could actually be an organization? And they decided to frame me when I caught one of their members killing Haru in District 6? Well, yeah, something like that. Then something doesn't make sense. If the killer, or organization, whatever, weren't close to me, it's weird that... that I'm still alive? No, they need me alive in order to shift blame. Haru's phone was in my apartment.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes!
Hi, Tech. Remember to donate if you want. Oh, right. I'll send a message really quick. There you go. I don't think it's the first one. Oh, I can scroll backwards. If the killer or organization, whatever, weren't close to me, it's weird that... Oh? It's weird, because I'm still alive. Why wouldn't they just kill me? Witness the crime scene, out by myself in District 6. Yeah, I thought so. They wanted to frame you, man. Framing someone who's alive does a whole lot more than framing someone who's dead, especially if they can't really defend themselves. But that's the thing. How could they know that I couldn't defend myself? Huh? The only people who could possibly know about my lapses are ones who are close to me. Really close. Rui and Masaki for sure. and maybe you and Yahiko. Which means that the killer could have only been one of those 4 people. It can't be Rui. It can't be Masaki. And, well, I'm pretty sure it can't be you either. But you don't think that way for Yahiko? You want me to list the evidence alphabetically or chronologically? I can't believe it, but Yahiko actually fits. Let me ask you one more thing, man. Do you really think that Yahiko's a serial killer? I just told you that. Do ya really believe, like you believe the sun will rise every morning and I'll badger you into track every day, that Yahiko's the man? No. I don't. I honestly don't. Everything goes against him. But for some reason, I just can't imagine that Yahiko would be the serial killer. But isn't that shallow-minded? Isn't that foolish? Couldn't my reluctance lead to Rui's death? Right, then. Masato's image fizzles into Akira, who jabs an energetic finger in my direction. Righto, cheerio. Time to think of this from another angle. We got ourselves some tricks up our metaphorical sleeves, Sarge, so don't give up yet. Yeah, no offense, but you're not exactly the person I want for logical thinking. Oh, but what you need and what you want are 2 completely different things, like dying versus not dying. Well, what do you suggest? Well, you have a suspect now, right? Don't flip the turtles out before you've proved whether he's guilty or innocent. That's like counting your chickens before the avian flu strikes and wipes them all off the face of the planet. So, find proof of Yahiko's innocence? Easier said than done. Much easier said than done. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Sarge. You've got some things doing in that brain of yours. Such as... Akira suddenly morphs into Masaki. Don't you remember how the killer forgot about the phone's wall charging feature? Yes, I do remember that. Oops. If he were the... let's see. Yahiko loves technology as much as I do, not to mention his parents will work at Lemniscate. If he were the killer, do you really think he would have forgotten something so simple? That's, well, right. But by itself, it's pretty weak. Masaki fizzles out, allowing Elizabeth to take center stage. And think, what does Haru's mishap really imply? Remember, in his panicked last moments, he was attempting to send a location ping to Yahiko, but his fingers slipped on you instead. Oh, of course. Why didn't I see that before? Haru was trying to send a ping to Yahiko to... Huh? To get help? Haru wanted to let Yahiko know that he was in danger. If Yahiko saw that he was in District 6, well, I think that even Yahiko would know that something was wrong. Correct. Also, Haru must have eventually been able to get a signal through. Because he showed up, even if it was after me. Not only that, but he had already called the police. I'm trying to help you, dude. You have to get out of here, now. Why would I... Go. Leave. Which means that your entire basis for... Why? Why am I disconnected? My OBS disconnected. I'm still streaming properly, right? Oh. My session reset. Do I have a second one? Why? Why would that happen? On Sunday. People are asleep. I don't think anyone's really using the internet right now. I don't know. Liz, can you try something for me? Can you hear me, actually?
Are you able to donate again? Out of curiosity? No? Okay. It didn't fully reset, but on my on the website the timer did reset. So maybe it's still in 1. Damn. I got the alert that OBS had disconnected. That's frustrating. So let's hopefully it stabilizes. So 2 minutes, probably like a minute from now. Rui is still in danger. I'm still a runaway convict. The serial killer is still running amok, having his little grim parties. Is there nothing I can do? Nothing? I wonder if right here is a good spot for, to wait for the ad. We have a murder mystery afoot. We'll be back after these messages. Mwahaha. Just like a normal show. Hi, Ryder. Thank you for the lurk. And, well, I think I can manually just turn on the ad, right? I'll do it once the pre-roll goes down to 4 minutes, just so that the ad doesn't interrupt what I'm doing. Oh. All right. Ad start. Yep, okay, yeah, my OBS is just sending out stuff again. Hopefully it isn't too bad, but waiting for ad to stop. I feel like I'm getting right into the crux of this mystery. Are we back from ads? I don't know, it feels like Twitch doesn't really do that good of a job of letting me know when ads are gonna run. You have ad blocker? Oh, that's fine. It's just a requirement that just kind of stops everything, so. Funny that they still can't get around the ad blockers. Anyway. Everyone is back. I still got about an hour and a half of gameplay still. Let's see how fast I can get this done. Is there nothing I can do? Nothing? Wait, one moment. Aww. Thank you, killer. Think. Why did Haru not notify the police before he began tailing the killer? Like me, he is a capable individual.
We don't just miss such things. Why indeed? Why wouldn't Haru have requested backup? Or at least given an anonymous tip? No. I don't think so. I think it's number 2. Maybe he thought that if he spoke with the police, the killer would somehow learn about it and start playing safe. But that leads to a different assumption. The assumption that the killer would somehow learn about any information told to the police. In other words, that the police are corrupt. If that's the case, then it would make sense why Haru wouldn't contact them. Simply put, he didn't trust them. Didn't trust them? Why? A personal traumatic encounter? Previous difficulties in dealing with law enforcement? Or could it be something else? Could it be that Haru saw something in the police? Something that he never could forget? Officer Kobayashi, you know him more than I do. What is your opinion on the matter? He was my errand boy. You claim to be good at reading people. Are you saying that you misread the suspect? I am not wrong. Then you agree that Yama Ishimoto is the prime suspect? I agree. Could Haru have seen corruption? Why is it that a student was the first one to think of camping outside the school and tailing the serial killer? Why is it that the investigation force didn't even go through the school, scouring the area for any evidence on the killer?
Water would be nice.
I feel like it's Shigur right now. Thank you for the hydrate. Why is it that no city CCTV ever turned up with any results? What if, all this time, sitting behind the curtain watching us dance, the police was just there, laughing, watching us run in fear as they pretend that they were trying to protect us? And that would mean Haru died for nothing. Yahiko called for nothing. And now, Rui will disappear, will be shredded to pieces, will be left to rot for nothing. And there's nothing, not one damn thing that I can do. Catch the killer, find the evidence, package him up and ship him to the police department, and he'll just walk free because it was all part of the plan. Or worse yet, they won't even catch him. They'll have him surrounded, and he'll miraculously break free, and they'll give chase like a bunch of fools. And Rui will die for nothing. Rui, with her fiery passion and her love of her endless enthusiasm for her dear ones, will pass into the fate of nihilism. Where there is no intrinsic value, no purpose, no beneficial weight to her sacrifice for me, she'll be remembered. Maybe by a memorial for victims who were the targets of a horrifying serial killer who will, maybe one day, be brought to justice. That would be her only identity. A murder victim. A girl who had her whole life ahead of her. One more poor soul in the annals of injustice. No one would know her smile, or her little quips, or the way she bit her lip when she was nervous about something. No, the name Rui Hayata will only bring nods of pity and despondent sighs. And, if she's really lucky, fuel for a movement of her treatment of mental illness, or weapon control, or some other political objective. And then, as days pass on, as time becomes months and years and decades, she'll be forgotten forever. Drowned out in the names of other victims who will be remembered with nothing but nods of pity and despondent sighs. Nothing but non-existence. Airi suddenly appears and stares at me with such intensity that I swear she's almost real. Do not lose focus. Her image blurs at the edges, rounding out, her hair turning orange, and... Rui? Gosh, you're a wreck. What happened? I open my mouth. A feeble, unintelligible noise bleeds out. You try too much, Yama. That's the problem. You want to do everything, but everything becomes so overwhelming that you just end up doing nothing. You can only do what you can. The rest is out of your hands. I can only do what I can? Yeah, and right now, all you can do is figure out who the killer is. You're up for that much, right? So, you're stuck because you think the killer has to be you, me, Yahiko, or Masato, right? I guess. Her voice comes out very small. I squash the temptation to reach out, touch her jacket, her hair, anything. Because right now, she's not real. Right now, she might even be. Are you paying attention? No. Wow. I think I finally know what it's like to be one of your teachers. I cough out a cross between a chuckle and a snort. It's so close to reality, but it's not. Then, oh all-knowing teacher, what do you have to say? Hi, Zero. What's up? Here, right here, at the climax of me trying to figure out who the killer is. Then, all-knowing teacher. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. Just a little tired. It's, my first experiment trying to stream on day that I worked the previous day. So I want to see if I can still make Sunday to be a stream I can do every single week rather than every other week. So, but thank you for hopping on and joining. How are you doing today? I could take a little time. That's good. That's good. All right, back to the episode. What happens next? Then, oh all-knowing teacher, what do you have to say? Well, your passcode is literally so stupid that anyone who saw it just once could get in. But that's not the problem. The problem is that the killer knows about my lapses. No, wait. There's something strikingly familiar about what she said. Didn't she mention this before? Didn't she say something like this before? There's something vitally important about that statement. Your passcode is literally so stupid that anyone who saw it just once could get in. What sticks out so much? Just once. Ha! I chose every single correct answer and got an achievement for it. Never select a wrong answer for the deduction sequence. That's amazing. I didn't know that was an achievement. There was a lot of them. Just once. She'd been talking about someone who has seen my code just once. Someone who commented on how stupid it was. Thank you, Lord. Also. Oh, please. Your code's the stupidest possible code to exist on the planet. Even Mr. Ryota pointed out how stupid it was. Jiro Ryota. The teacher? Of course. Of course, it's the only teacher. I feel like that's so common in games like these. Oh, dear. It reminds me of Life is Strange and Skojo's playthrough. Jiro Ryota. A man who helped me move into my apartment, who commented on how stupid the code was, who certainly would have remembered it. A man who knew all the victims, because they each were fighting psychological problems, and he was the school counselor. A man who would know the security of the school inside and out, yet would not be up to date with the latest features of smartphones, like a wall charger. A man who was strong enough to inflict the same wounds as the serial killer, smart enough to outmaneuver the police, controlled enough to fake sanity in the day. A man who, after curfew, is free from his duties. And a man who would approach me after seeing me at Haru's murder site, surprised that I didn't seem to remember what had happened. A man who would certainly be curious at my unusual reaction. A man who could access the confidential school records and learn about my lapses from there. A man who I trusted. Trusted too much. Why? It's not you. There's something I must have missed. A proof, a theory, anything. Nothing. Why? Why did it have to be you? You damn old geezer. Why would you even... Why? Nothing but silence. The silence of finality, of a door that's been opened and can never be closed. All tension leaves my body. I can vaguely feel myself slumping on the subway bench, neck uncomfortably stretched to accommodate the weight of my head. Mr. Ryota, my mentor, my friend, and the serial killer. You're really different today, Yama. What's bothering you? Back then, I should have seen it. Because, why hadn't anyone else noticed? Why was Mr. Ryota the only one who thought something had happened that night? Who, me? Nah, I'm pretty much a free bird after I verify curfew. I'd had my suspicions. I'd known that there was something odd about him. But I didn't want there to be. I wanted to wave it away. I wanted to trust Mr. Ryota. I wanted just one person who would understand everything and stay on my side. Well, there's no explicit rule saying I can't use the confidential databases. I'm pretty sure that there is. Nope, I may be faculty, but I'm not a teacher. It's only stated that teachers have to request special permission. I checked the loopholes. Right. You know how the entry student application to the academy requires a psychological analysis by a qualified physician, yes? Yeah, another security measure, isn't it? Let me read this and see what you think. He knew about my lapses, not because I told him, but because he had access to the psychological overviews of each student. He would have known each of the victims. Maybe they were assigned to his counseling care, just like I was. Gah, I hate computers. But we'd all be dead without them. You know what was great? My desktop iPair, man. That was great. Stable, awesome, and a killer whirl of the fan. You guys don't know how satisfying it is to hear your computer work itself to keep cool? That's... I know I misread that line. It is to hear your computer work to keep itself cool. I don't know. I like the way I read it better. That's kind of weird. No casual user has desktops anymore. Oh, and icon phones. which is Nokia spelled backwards. Man, phones these days break if you breathe on them wrong. Icon phones. They could probably survive a nuclear blast. Ah, there we go. Finally working. And he knew about computers. Not an avid follower of electronics, not enough to know about weed, but enough to know about phone batteries. Instead of detention, the teacher's convinced that I need a more permanent solution. Like death? I can help you with that. So how's the apartment? Still in one piece, mostly. Good to hear. And Phil? Phil? That little houseplant. The one I placed on your shelf? Your memory sucks more than mine, kid. Wow. How do you have this much free time? Life as a door manager's just swell, isn't it? Like die-cut pieces of a complex puzzle. All the facts and memories line up in perfect succession. The killer is Mr. Ryota. Now I know it with certainty, intrinsically. Just like I know I can sit on a chair and it'll support my weight, or how I can walk under a bridge and it won't fall on top of me. I just don't know what to do next. Shouldn't there be a sense of triumph? A miniature party in the back of my head. Giving me a cookie for successfully finding out the killer? Something's keeping me going. Something propelling me to the next step. I know the identity of the killer. Shouldn't I report this? But to whom? I'm on the run from the police, who may or may not be corrupt. I can hardly show my face at school. And if I called Mr. Ryota, well, that simply wouldn't do anything. For the most part, it feels like I should just give up. There's nothing further to head to. No way out of the conundrum that I've worked myself into. The situation requires me to be clever. More clever than I can be. I want to think myself out. Find some magical solution. But sometimes, it's just not there. Reaching into an empty bag and expecting handfuls of gold. Then, is this it? Ah, someone's calling me. Maybe I'll pick it up, and on the other end, I'll hear the cold, dead voice of Rui's parents, saying quietly that Rui has been found, but as a bleeding, mutilated lump of flesh and bone. Maybe I'll drop my phone, and this time, it'll shatter completely, crushed to pieces like the fragments of sanity stringing me together. Or maybe it's a tracking call from Lemniscate, a bid from the police that I'll be stupid enough to pick up. Unknown. The phone number is unknown. The risk, high. If I answer it, and it is from the police, I'll be caught in the blink of an eye. Rui will die. Ryota will run free. But if I don't, what then? I'll be left alone to fend for myself. And somehow, I'll have to extract Rui safely, and catch Ryota, and somehow stay alive. Is it even possible? Or do I need help no matter how much I despise it? Ooh, I have a decision to make here. Ooh. I have... Thank you, Killer, for the little animation. I love it. Are you gonna use it in your project? Awesome. Then I won't show it. I didn't say what it was, so sorry if I revealed anything. Oh. Alright, what do I do? I've been talking to a lot of people. I've actually been kind of requesting help a lot. Never select the wrong answer for the deduction sequence. What do I do here? I am leaning towards answering the phone. Do what you can. No, I have to pick this up. Facing Ryota by myself will only result in getting both Rui and me killed. With shaking fingers, I answer the call. Hello? Yama Ishimoto, I need you to listen carefully. This is my personal phone. It cannot be tracked. The number you have been contacting until now has been my work phone. I need to hang up now. Surely they're tracking my number, narrowing down the district and block and even the last millimeter. But I only clutch the phone tighter. The walls that I've built up, struggling to keep a foothold on my emotions, are starting to crumble. The police are in the midst of a manhunt for your person. They sincerely believe that you are the killer. And you need me to turn myself in. I need you to stay out of sight and give me time. What? Is this some kind of next level bait? I don't understand. Don't get caught, Ishimoto. Any time you might give me is time that we may dedicate to catching the true killer. But you said you were the only suspect I could trust to avoid the police for the necessary amount of time. I fall into silence at this, the magnitude of her statement only growing the more I ponder it. You saw me at the apartments and were warning me? You hardly were inconspicuous. So, if you happen to possess any previously unknown information regarding the identity of the killer, now would be a wonderful time to state as such. It could be a trap. It could still be a trap. But I don't think it is. The killer is Jiro Ryota, the dorm manager and counselor of the academy. Silence falls momentarily on the other end of the phone. I can practically see Shigure's grip tighten. What? How did you come to know this? Shigure, did you get any recent disappearance reports? 3, actually. I need help. Shigure, help. My voice cracks, and I hate it. I hate feeling vulnerable, hate feeling open. But I don't have a choice. Shigure falls silent for a long, long moment. And just when I'm beginning to think that she's hung up, she speaks. Will you live within the next 5 minutes? Her voice is slow and steady, soothing my fragile nerves. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not injured. Then, the urgency? Rui's disappeared. I work to speak, but my throat's gone dry. After a moment of silence, Shigure continues. You presume she is with the killer. He must have taken her. I have no time to question you, Ishimoto, so I will ask you this and this only. Are you completely, absolutely certain that the culprit is Jiro Ryota? Yes. I say it without hesitation. It appears to catch her off guard. Very well. I shall send forces to the academy under the reasoning that you may be hiding there. We may be able to find where he is holding Rui. That's it? She just takes my word as law? Thanks. In the meantime, stay out of sight and out of mind. Do you understand? But Ryota would see the police coming. He wouldn't stand still. He would escape immediately after killing Rui. Actually, I'm planning on contacting him. For what purpose? I need to meet with him, to buy some time. Otherwise... Shigure violently explodes into strident screams that I'd never heard from her before. You gullible imbecile! You moronic excuse for a... What are you even thinking? I'm taken aback by her sudden flare of passion, but my surprise is quickly replaced by indignance. At least I'm telling you now, aren't I? Oh yes, when it was nearly too late and I would have called a corpse. Simply put, Ishimoto, you haven't told me anything. Why would you not speak to me if you knew the identity of the killer? A very real bolt of anger lances through me. Why? Because I just figured it out. Because somehow, barely at the end of my rope, I found something to cling on to. But I can't tell her that. If I say that I just figured it out, she might change her mind. She might need the reasoning. Who would trust a teenager who just figured out the supposed identity of a serial killer? I had a good reason for doing so. Oh, good. Do enlighten me. What? You just can't believe me? Need to throw some more tests? Another little riddle run in District 6? Hell. Was that investigation in the school just another goose chase? A funny little game to see how the kids at the academy dance? What are you saying, Ishimoto? You're right, I guess. Even while I was figuring out who the killer was, I didn't call you. I didn't ask you for help. Because I knew what you would say. You'd poke holes at me. You'd say that my reasoning didn't make sense. You need empirical evidence. I knew that you wouldn't have believed me. You never even needed me as your assistant in the first place. Cold silence descends. I wouldn't have believed you? And then something happens. Something that I would have thought to be impossible. Shigure's voice cracks. But you didn't even try. I would have believed you. I would. If you just trusted me. If you just... She falters for a moment. Then seems to recover. Her voice strengthening. Ishimoto, regardless of my previous insinuations, I need you to know something. I do not tolerate the idiocy of the average ingenuous denizen, much less let them become my personal assistant. You have repeatedly proven yourself through your rational deductions, your level-headed procedures, and your propensity to attack problems from unusual angles. Your input is invaluable. Despite our clear disparity in experience, you have taught me several valuable lessons. Do you wish to know why I pulled your accomplices into the investigation rather than opting for a police unit? Simply put, my permissions in the case were barred from the Academy. All information I was given was secondhand, and thus easily corruptible. However, I was impressed by how you and your accomplices worked wholeheartedly. Yama Ishimoto, I have faith in you. Her words pierced through me. I'm frozen to the ground in shock, wordlessly opening and closing my mouth. Shigure believes in me. I don't even know how to react. But after that meeting with Natsuki, you fired you? That was for your own benefit, you imbecile. Or are your eyes too... Oh, never mind. This familiar type of response rings a chuckle out of me, but my mind is still racing. I have faith in you. Those simple little words. Words that tell me I can do something, that acknowledge my efforts, that tell me it's okay, you'll do the right thing. In the distance, I catch a faint glimmer of the approaching subway, hailed by the distant echo of the announcer's voice. Sudden clarity breaks into my mind. It's as if every disjointed piece just fell into place. I know what to do. Thanks, Shigure. I get to my feet as the subway grinds to a halt before me, but Shigure's voice comes harshly into my earpiece. Yama, listen carefully. We are en route, but there are powerful forces behind this case that remain very much hostile. It will take time to arrive. You understand this? I do. I'll get you time. I am extremely uneasy at the thought of knowingly sending a civilian to the presence of a known serial killer. But if you honestly believe you can prevent a death tonight, I shall not stop you. I think I can? Oh, well, that sounds convincing. I probably can. I suppose that is the best I can ask for. I wish that you might wait until I can convey a firearm to you, but... Not possible with the current time frame. I have to go now. Neither of us mentioned that it would also be extremely illegal. Understood. Best of luck, Ishimoto. One sec. Stay on call. I punch Ryoto's contact and set the phone on speaker, waiting patiently. Shigure apparently understands. Not a word crosses her lips. Finally, a neutral tone indicates that Ryota's picked up. Hello? Hearing his voice makes me freeze. This voice that comforted me, guided me, made me laugh, in the end, it left me, just like everything else. I quickly shake myself, trying to master my words. He's an enemy now. A stranger. Feign in ignorance. Maybe I can still grab an advantage. Hey, Mr. Ryota. Hey, kid. That's when I realize that something is terribly wrong. It's some ungodly hour in the morning, yet he picked up immediately. He sounds wide awake. Almost as if he's been preparing for this moment. Mr. Ryota? Say, you have great timing. I was wondering if we could meet up. I know that it's like some crazy hour or another, but I have something pretty important to tell you. It has to do with, your lapses. Is that really it? Is that why he's up? I can't bring myself to believe that. Mr. Ryota, I was just... But before I can add anything, Ryota's phone buzzes angrily in the background. He pauses for a moment. Sorry, kid. Just let me take this call real quick. And he suddenly mutes. Fingers shaking, I also mute my end, switching to Shigure's call. Did you hear all that? Quite clearly. Ishimoto, about the call Ryota just received. I am uneasy that it may perhaps... But that is when I hear Ryota's voice, and I quickly switch back to his call and unmute. Thankfully, Shigure immediately falls silent. Mr. Ryota? Mr. Ryota, did you find anything about... Nice try. You almost had me. Hang up that call with the police first, then we'll talk. I almost dropped the phone. A bolt of panic lancing straight into my chest. He knows. How does he? How could he? Hurry up, boy. I don't have all day. I shakily mute and switch to call. I expect Shigure to burst into anger, but she only seems resigned. It is as I surmised. A mole? That or... She trails off, as if the thought is too terrible to comprehend. Ishimoto, knowing this new risk, are you still determined to enter the school? I have to. I can't let Rui go without a fight. I shall bring a unit. Give us as much time as you possibly can. I will. And Ishimoto, given the choice between a stupid option and a stupider option, which would you pick? The less stupid one. Wrong. You must pick neither and wait. Please, Ishimoto. You wouldn't enter the lottery nor borrow from a loan shark in order to buy a house, no? It is best to wait and save. Do you understand? What? Just remember this. And she hangs up, leaving me alone in the subway. I switch back to Ryota's call and unmute. He chuckles lightly. If you just asked the police for help, I wouldn't count on it. You don't know a thing, do you? I know you're the murderer. That's a pretty good start. Hey, murderer is such a harsh term. I like to call myself an artiste with an E. He chuckles again. But this time it comes with a pinch of shrillness that wasn't there before. My foreboding only skyrockets. Just what kind of insanity has he been hiding? So, hung up the call. Now what? Quite simply, the fun begins. Come to my play, boy. I've been setting the stage. This just confirms my fears. For some reason, Ryota's been preparing to kill me. Maybe I'm the next one on his list. No, I can't let this shake me. I have to stay strong. Talk normally. You've done it before. Oh, the false bravado of a man in love. I know it well. Did I really sound like that, I wonder? It's so terribly stupid. Are you going to answer my question, or are you going to wax more poetry? Poetry is by far the more interesting option, don't you think? Only for people with too much time on their hands. And that is the eternal problem, boy, for the both of us. We each have too much time on our hands. Far, far too much. Doesn't life just get so dull? Every hour passing drearily, like a never-ending group project where all you want to do is murder your classmates. That's what life is. How do you ease your boredom, I wonder? Television? Social media? No, you do neither. Sleep? Thanks, Shakespeare, but I think my life is my own business. I look forward to stripping that sense of righteous anger within you and replacing it with terror. I look forward to you trying. Ha! I love the ones that fight back. It just makes their descent all the more satisfying. Before I can respond, he plows on, his voice gradually rising in pitch. Now, let's set the stage, shall we? I thought you were taking care of that. Oh, don't worry. I'll be taking care of all the props. Do you hear me, boy? Don't bring any extra props. The thought never crossed my mind. Leave your phone and any police toys at the entrance. I'll see if you try to smuggle something into the theater. Understand? Is that it? Not quite. Why are you so hasty to end the call? Am I boring you? Sure, let's go with that. Then I'll get straight to the point. There is a brief moment of silence, punctuated only by the faint tones of Ryota punching numbers into his phone. Then I hear a voice. Yama? Yama? Don't you dare do anything stupid. Nothing hits me, but it's like the breath has been sucked out of my lungs. Rui. Stay there. Don't come. I wordlessly open and close my mouth, desperately searching for words. My mind only runs blank. I'm sure you're already aware of this, but right now I am the master of Rui's fate. So, you might want to stay on my good side. This is how it's going to happen. You come to the back of the school, you know, the garbage truck route. You're going to dump all your toys, then I'll let you in. How? There's no entrance. Why is it that you all say the same thing? Boring. Where there is a will, boy, there is a way. So that's it then? Ah, well, actually, I feel like I should tell you this, just out of the kindness of my heart. Rui won't be there. For insurance purposes, I'm sure you understand. My fingers clamp in the death grip on my phone. What do you mean Rui won't be there? Hush, child. Why are you so impatient? Right now, Rui's in the safe hands of a third party, so long as you listen to my words. So, we meet up, have a little chat, and I let Rui go. Everyone gets their happy ending, except the police, who, well, you know, they won't do anything anyway. A beautiful arrangement, no? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I grind my teeth and force a long, slow breath. If I go, I won't be able to see Rui with my own eyes. She could be anywhere. Even when Shigure comes, she won't be able to find her. But am I really in a position to be making demands? Oh.
I have another decision to make.
I want to try refusing. No, if I can't see Rui, then this entire ordeal is pointless. I have to take the risk. You know me better than that, Ryota. I have to see Rui with my own two eyes. Who knows? You could be lying. You could kill her before I show up. I'm wounded. Do you really think I would do something so cliché? Well, I didn't think you would be a serial killer, but here we are. Forgive me for not taking chances. Fair enough, boy. I'll play along. She'll be here by the time you arrive. I'll even let you see her before you enter the school. That was very oddly agreeable of him. Enough to make me feel as though I've walked straight into his setup. Then, boy, is that all? Time passes ever on. Can I get anything more from him? Right now, the situation still seems grim. I don't like it. I'd also like for Rui to be untied, so she can run away. As if you wouldn't be able to chase her down. Heh, playing hard to get, aren't we? Fine, because I'm so very magnanimous. I accept. Would your highness also like a pony? Any new terms stack the odds more in my favor, but I'm not currently in the position of power. If I push too hard, everything could go south. Should I do one more? I feel like the power of threes. I'm going to reject one more time. The more advantages I push for it, the better off I'll be later, right? It's worth a try. I might only have one shot at this. There's one more thing. Say, kid, I don't know if you're stalling for time, but there's only so much garbage I'm willing to put up with. Haven't your parents taught you what happens when you're greedy? You lose everything. His voice is as cold as steel, turning my palms sweaty. I get the feeling that I just made a mistake. Wait, no. No more playing around. Seems like you got too caught up in trying to play God, kid. Rui's staying out. Sorry, guess you won't be able to see her. Get over to the back of the school. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't come by then, well, guess you'll have to say bye-bye to dear Rui. And that's the last thing he says before he hangs up. Damn. Almost blankly, I stand in the middle of the subway platform, phone swinging loosely from the edge of my fingers. Then, all of my muscles burst into action. I shoot out of the subway, legs pounding the pavement as fast as I can make them. My lungs start to burn as the cold night air cuts into my throat like knives, but I'm forced to ignore it. Stoplights in the cross sections warn me to stop, but when I see a gap between the oncoming cars, I bolt across for my life. Engines roar by and horns belt in full volume. I'm certain that the cars roll down their windows to call me crazy, scream that I'm an idiot, swear to call the police on me. But I don't care. They're coming back from a long work day, or from grabbing fast food around the corner, or picking up their kid from the martial arts or cram school. Meanwhile, there's a girl locked up somewhere, knowing nothing except the sickening fact that at any moment she might die. And yet on they go, with fast food and martial arts and cram school. The word blurs by in a haze of bright fluorescent color, until I finally grind to the halt at the entrance of the school. My heart feels as though it's slamming into my ribs, bruising itself until it bleeds. I'm forced to stop and lean against the gate, gulping desperately for air. 13 minutes. I only have 2 left. I press my sleeve against the sweating coating my brow, allowing myself time for one more deep breath. Then I sprint around the perimeter of the school, stopping by the shady back area where all the good kids could steer clear of. Ground up cigarette butts lie scattered on the floor, and if I squint, I can catch the light gleam of empty needles in the grass. Well, maybe the school was a little less tidy than I first thought. As I near the trash bin, I notice a long, distinctly human-shaped figure leaning against a solid wall. Fine weather we're having. I expect the voice, but I don't expect the instinctive reaction that comes with it. My breath catches and my throat clogs, sending tears straight into my eyes, no matter how hard I try to keep them down. And Ryota steps into the moonlight, lips twisted into a lopsided grin. Out for a little night exercise? I try to speak, but no sound passes my lips. I know what he's doing. I know what this is. A power play. I'm sweaty, tired, and disheveled, and likely very sleep-deprived. Forcing me to run here only gave him more of an advantage, and there's nothing I can do about it. Now, removal of gadgets, if you may. Wordlessly, I reach into my pocket and silently hand him my phone. I don't have any other choice. Turn out your pockets, pants, and jacket. I do so. You're walking evenly, so I doubt you're carrying anything in your shoes or your underwear. Come in. We've wasted enough time. How? We're at the back of the... But then he touches the wall, and part of it slides away, and suddenly there's a keypad. He jabs a sequence of 6 digits into the keypad, waits, and the wall slides open. It's nothing like one of those mysterious puzzles of ancient architecture in video games, but the whole wall rumbles apart while the ground shakes and dust falls from the ceiling and magical passage is revealed. Simply put, a door-shaped part of the wall swings open, as if it were just a door painted to look like the wall, except the texture is somehow exactly the same. It's quiet, it's understated, and I would have never guessed in a million years that it was there. Ryota clocks my shock and only grins in his response. Let me tell you something, kid. The janitor has to get in and out somehow to dump his trash. Now, smooth little schools like this, they love to give the illusion that they're perfectly protected. Impenetrable walls in every direction, the only gate supervised by a card reader and cameras. But, functionally speaking, do you think that the janitor's going to walk out the gates, all the way around the school, dump and go back the way around, and through the gates? Of course not. That's sheer nonsense. Sheer nonsense. Something on the level of presuming that the janitor took everything to the land of missing socks. I knew that there had to be another way in, and well, it took some searching, but that's how I found this. Why hadn't I thought of something like that? Why did it have to be Ryota? If you're trying to brag, don't expect a red carpet award from me. What I'm trying to tell you, kid, is that even the richest school in all Isamu has a crappy security system. I, one man, outsmarted it just like this. To be fair, they probably weren't expecting a serial killer to be in their faculty. Ha! Sloppy work on their part. Let's go. The night isn't getting any younger, and nor am I. He turns and slides into the corridor, moving so fluidly that his head stays perfectly even over the ground. I then notice that his careful steps renders him virtually silent, like a predator hunting down a piece of injured prey. It's a simple matter of exiting the building, turning the corner, and entering the classroom complex. He leads me up the stairs to the second floor. He pulls open the door, lifting an eyebrow at me. I only stare inside the dim gloom, suddenly filled with dread. Everything could be a trap. Ryota could have already killed Rui. Shigure could be lying. There are so many moving components to this encounter. So many potential things that could go completely wrong. I turn my gaze to Ryota, who only jerks his head at the door in a distinctly more impatient fashion. Impatience. I file this nugget into the back portion of my mind that's still miraculously working. Then, with one deep breath, I enter the classroom. Ryota follows straight behind me, announcing my appearance with a loud crow. And the delinquent arrives at last. He pushes up his sleeves as if he's getting ready for work, tossing his keys and phone on top of the desk, probably in an effort to unburden himself for whatever he has planned. I stop abruptly, my eyes roving frantically across the classroom, searching empty space. Huddled in the back corner of the room are two desolate figures tied firmly to their chairs. The first is a girl, the second a boy. I don't recognize either of them, but they look young, maybe in their first year. They're speechless, but even from where I sit, I can see the sweat rolling from their temples and dripping onto their necks, and their knees are clearly shaking. Both of them, absolutely terrified, innocent bystanders pulled into this sick, dastardly game. That's when Ryota abruptly pounds the handle of his knife against his desk, blasting my ears with the sudden sound. My heart instinctively jumps into my throat. He snickers quietly at the shock that must be evident on my face. Welcome to class. Hate to say it, but you're now in a remedial session. Suffice to say, you've all screwed up in a big way, and it's my job to whip you back into shape. How I hate it. But someone in this snooty little elementary school has to smack the hands of the naughty ones. Hi, Red. Wow, you really came in at the climax. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much. Just found out a little earlier that Mr. Ryota was the killer. And now I've been dragged into the classroom. Let's see how this encounter plays out. How I hate it. But someone in this snooty little elementary school has to smack the hands of the naughty ones. He suddenly whips to me, his eyes blazing fire, pointing the tip of his knife right at my chest. You, why aren't you sitting down? I sit down, throat dry. Ryota's shoulders immediately reacts. Good. That's exactly how I like it. Now, Ishimoto, is it? Since you came in late, you get to be my special assistant. My body goes cold. My eyes immediately turn to the knife. Ryota, reading my intentions, chuckles. Oh, don't look so scared, boy. You'll help me discipline. Sounds like a much better position to be in, doesn't it? Relief courses through me, and I hate myself for it. I shouldn't be relieved. He is a discipliner. I am a discipliner. Whatever he is planning on doing, I will have to copy. If he breaks bones, so must I. If he saws through limbs, so must I. And if I don't, then all of us will be killed. Right here, right now. Because the only thing keeping him playing along is me. What? What do we have to do? Oh, it's quite simple. He strides behind the teacher's desk and pulls something out underneath. My heart drops. 2 metal pipes, around 3 feet in length, rough around the edges. He rolls one to me. I automatically stoop down and pick it up. We'll take turns inflicting blows on our disciplinees. Good, solid blows that make a nice musical sound. You were playing Friday the 13th in your cosplay, Red? Dude, that's awesome. Did you have fun? Dude, that's great. I know you really like your cosplay so much. Is it complete? Do you have everything for it yet or no? Do you still have some parts that you still need? It's a perfect time to put it on. Ready for spring? Almost summertime. That's awesome. You have everything for the Friday the 13th cosplay? Your Linny cosplay is still missing shoes. Oh, you're so close to that one. I want to see pictures though. I love cosplay. I'm going to keep focusing on the story right here just because I don't have infinite time and I want to see if I can finish it up before the end of my stream. You've already sent both? Did I might have seen your Linny one. I don't remember seeing your let's see. I'm guessing it's a picture. Oh, yes. Yeah, I've seen your Linny one. Have you sent your Friday the 13th one? I want to see once you get your shoes in, though. Dude, it's so good. You wear it very well. Oh, that's the one. Okay. So that's your Friday the 13th one. Dude, that's awesome. Okay, I did see this one. I didn't realize it was your cosplay though. Oh, I see the flashlight. I remember you talking about that for so long. I know, right? Isn't Liz adorable? Oh, both of you are so cute. You're jealous of Red. All right. I'm going to continue the story right now. But I didn't realize that was your cosplay. But then I remember you talking about the flashlight and I saw it in the pictures. And so, oh my god. How come I forgot to react to this? There we are. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna keep going with the story. Mr. Ryota. We'll take turns inflicting blows on our disciplinees. Good, solid blows that make a nice musical sound. The first discipliner who knocks out or kills their disciplinee loses. The two students exploded into wailing at this statement. You bastard! You damn bastard! I can't believe you!
Please, please don't hurt my sister. Don't hurt me. This makes me freeze. Brother and sister? I silently watch as Ryota gleefully skips over to the chairs, dragging the two students over. Brother and sister, the cruelty will never end. I swear, if you lay one finger on my brother... Ryota stops abruptly. Momentum throws the girl against her ropes, temporarily choking her into silence. Isn't she just so, darling? I picked her out specifically for you, boy. You... Did you? Oh, yes. And she gets to be yours. I stare in silent horror at the girl. She only turns her head away. Hisao, look at me. Look at me, Hisao. The terrified boy locks eyes with her, face doused in a mixture of tears and sweat. You'll be okay. It'll be okay, do you understand? It won't be. It'll be okay. Of course. Of course she'd say that. Except the first person to fall unconscious means a loss. Which means I have to inflict pain without the promise of comfort. I can't do this. If I want to win, or at least not lose, each blow needs to be felt by their conscious mind. Oh, don't give me that face, boy. Be glad I didn't pick the knife. I mean, I'm pretty tempted to, but then you'd probably lapse, and that's just boring. Something like this needs to be remembered. So, are we ready to begin? No, we can't. I'll go first. Watch and learn. He stands over the boy, gripping the pipe tightly in one hand, keeping the knife in the other. I watch transfixed, even while everything in my brain is screaming for me to turn away and close my eyes. The boy whimpers quietly, eyes wide, squirming about the crude ropes that bind him to his chair. Ryota smirks quietly at him and ruffles his hair. Not gonna lie to you, kid. This is gonna hurt like hell. No. Ryota raises the pipe painstakingly slow, reveling in the drama of the moment. 3, 2, 1. He whips the pipe down, but when it's just an inch away from the boy's kneecaps, he stops. Psych! The boy releases a great shuddering gasp, the shoulders dropping in relief. Then, without a moment of hesitation, Ryota lifts the pipe and brings it down. Crack! Goes bone against metal, and the air splits from the impact of a horrifying, agonized scream, punctuated by the shrill screech of metal as the base of the chair grinds against the ground from the force of the impact. The boy is still screaming as Ryota steps back, an expression that I've never seen before dawning on his face. Oh, beauty, true beauty. How poignant is your sting? Oh, this guy is absolutely insane. He giggles quietly to himself as the boy writhes against his chair, leg forced into an awkward angle. Damn it! This can't go on. I can't let this go on. Then, there's just one thing to do. Well, your turn, boy. This is a nightmare with no awakening. A dark tunnel with no sign of light. What use is it? There's nothing left to wait for. It's better to end it quickly than to prolong needless pain. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. I shouldn't have tried to fix anything. If only I had remained unattached. If only I'd stayed oblivious. None of this would have happened. I raised the pipe with certainty. Hands cold but steady. It would have been better if I had just stayed as a normal high school student, breezing past his final year of studies before the university exam.
alienated from this world of misery. I swing the pipe. The impact rushes assuredly into her skull, splitting it cleanly. She doesn't have time to scream. I straighten, expecting to fear, terror, guilt, fear. The only thing that overcomes me is a wave of nausea. Not the sickening blow of a fever or a flu. Something on a deeper scale that flows to the outer edge of my body. A sensation that's slimy and incurable. Murderer, my mind whispers. There's silence from Ryota, even from the boy. Not a single peep. The boy should be screaming in fury. He should be swearing vengeance at me, vowing to make me suffer for killing his sister. Ryota should be cackling with satisfaction. He's finally broken me to the point where I've taken a life. The two of them only stare at me, silently, as if frozen in time. Frozen in... I drop the pipe, but it lands soundlessly, like the world is a velvet muffler. What is this? I step towards Ryota, but he doesn't budge. His eyes remain on the spot where I was. The room is still silent and miraculously peaceful, like a scene put on pause, or a stage play in the middle of intermission. A shadow flits through the corner of my vision, immediately drawing my attention. Who's there? Nothing, of course. Nothing. There is no longer anything. Simply emptiness. Because I am helpless, and there's nothing left for me. This is out of my control. I can do nothing more. Death after death. An endless cycle of suffering. Living in a world that delights in breaking innocent souls. It's better to just give up and die. If I could fall to the ground right at this moment and just let myself rot, that would certainly be ideal. Or do I need to live? To lie down without a fight? Or to set my revenge on the world? To make society resent the people who'd raised such a monster? A tantalizing thought. This is out of my control. And now in my control. And so, I awake. Time has resumed. No, it never stopped at all. The girl's split corpse tumbles crookedly in her chair. If I bothered to look, I would probably see organs slithering out of her skull. I breathe deeply despite the cloying scent of iron, feeling refreshingly alive. You... monster! Despite his numerous injuries, the boy writhes against his chair, screaming in a toxic concoction of fury and pain. A truly tragic scenario. But he is obnoxious and hardly influential. It would be better to dispose of him without hesitation. I reach down and grab the pipe, crushing it against his forehead with all the force I can muster. Instant silence. I sigh quietly, flecking fragments of bone and blood off the pipe, feeling for the first time in total control of the situation. So this is true strength. How I envy it. I turn my gaze to the man standing by the shattered teacher's desk. His face is utterly still, masked with years of long practice, but I can sense new wings of terror beating beneath his breast. It has probably been a long time since a man like him has felt fear, almost an entirely new sensation. I smile absently, a tingle of pride buried beneath my hollowness. This man with a haggard face, beaten brow, shredded pupils, accustomed to chaos of the highest order, fears me. Who are you? Why do you ask? I see this man's calculations crumbling in his eyes. Clearly, this is a situation he has not expected. You're not Yama. Nonsense. There's no one else I could pause a big B. He's simply limited by his preconceived notions. The fool. I advanced towards him, raising my well-worn pipe. Let him burn. Let this whole world burn. Deserves nothing less. Wait! He throws up a hand, trembling with adrenaline, looking for a way to escape. He is such a brave man, and yet so cowardly. I'm waiting. You want something different, don't you? I stretched my sore muscles idly, paying little heed to the knife clenched tightly in the man's hands. An intelligent fellow. He's had it all this time. But even though he's drawn to it, he knows better than to use it on me. What could you possibly mean? The man is still for a moment, his eyes flickering down to my open ribcage. But the knife stays at his side. Instead, he raises his unarmed hand, pointing across the room toward the broad window that eclipses the edge of the classroom. I know that look in your eyes. We're not so different, you and I. Oh? This seems like a perfectly acceptable moment to chuckle. But not even a smile crosses my lips. Intriguing. You want bloodshed. I can help you in that. You will gain very little from killing me as opposed to letting me help you. I tilt my head, humming quietly. A sensible offer, but... I suddenly flash forward, holding my pipe with both hands. Ryota reflectively swings his knife, but his actions move like mud to my eyes. I easily catch his blade against my pipe and drive the leverage to rotate into his own chest. The knife sinks softly into his flesh. He stares at me agape. You could not have been more wrong about what I want, unfortunately for you. You! I jolt my grip, thrusting the knife deeper in. He gasps for breath with a gurgling sound, no doubt the result of blood flushing through his lungs. I release my hold, knowing the wound to be fatal, and step away. After a moment of deliberation, I decide to pick up Ryota's pipe. A nice moment of irony. I step to the classroom window, my path littered with corpses. Jiro Ryota, an unfortunate boy, and an unfortunate girl. I draw myself to the window, regarding the peaceful sky without emotion. To see smoke cloud that sky, flecked with embers and ashes, I look forward to seeing that day. The news story shall begin here. I casually flick the lock on the window and push it open with my pipe. I would have liked to crack the glass open like I cracked their skulls, but I have more important things to take care of. It is time for the city to remember. Oh, jeer. I got a bad end. I think I know where it went wrong, too. I think it was because I pushed for too much. I needed Rui to be there. Jeez. Oh my god. There was no choices at the end. As soon as I had, like, the final choice that I made was pressing him 3 times. Jeez. I still have a bit of time. I want to see what I can do for a different end. So, how do I... tell her Let's see, I'm going to go through what I've done. Answer these the same. The wall charging feature. Location. Let's see. You're jealous of Red? Because of how skinny he is? Oh, but you're perfect the way you are, Liz. Let's see. I'm still alive. Get help. He didn't want to alert the killer. Just once. Answer phone. I'm going to refuse. Reject. And here is where I will change. This was the final decision. So, let's see if I accepted these terms. So, I still love you, Liz. You have me. That's what you have over him. Liz, you're very beautiful. So here's where my ending changes. No, if I'm honest, there's not a whole lot more I can ask without making the request seem downright ridiculous to Ryota. Rui's going to be there. I'm going to see her. The police will know where I am. This is the most I can ask for. The back of the school, then? I'll give you 15 minutes. I'm coming from the subway station. Then you'd better run. Ta-ta. And that's the last thing he says before he hangs up. Almost blankly, I stand in the middle of the subway platform, phone swinging loosely to the edge of my fingers. Okay, this doesn't change. Lungs start to burn. Yep. Until I've grind to a halt to school. 13 minutes, same thing. Out for a little exercise? Yep, still thing. And there's nothing I can do about it. Now, removal of gadgets, if you may. Wordlessly, I reach into my pocket until I remember. You said you'd show me Rui first. He only chuckles at this. Not even a chuckle of amusement. It almost sounds giddy. Good, good. You're already learning how to play the game. Here's where the difference is. He turns and points silently at the second floor of the classroom building, most of it shrouded in darkness. But just by the window, I catch a glint of... You saw, didn't you? So, phone. All I saw was orange hair. It could be a dupe. Sighing heavily, Ryota reaches for his phone and taps the screen a few times. He only has to wait a few seconds. Rui? Your boyfriend is having some trust issues. Be a dear and look out the window. I stare at the building, forcing myself not to blink. I'm convinced that if I look away for a split second, I'll miss everything. The head of orange hair by the window turns slowly, revealing a distant pale face, muddled slightly by the distortion of the window. But without a doubt, it's Rui. I sigh breathlessly, instinctively, something that I can't stop in time. Ryota smiles triumphantly. Phone? I silently hand him my phone. Turn out your pockets, pants and jacket. I do so. Walking evenly, so I doubt you're carrying. Okay, same thing. He jabs 6 digits. Yep. Yep. Same thing about the janitor. Sheer nonsense. Something on the level. Let's see. The richest school. Yep. I wanted to see if I had made just one decision, if I were to get a better ending. He turns and slides into the corridor. I then notice that his careful steps renders him virtually silent, like a predator hunting down a piece of injured prey. Ah, here we go. He leads me up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The floor where I saw Rui. He pulls open the door, lifting an eyebrow at me. I only stare at the dim gloom, suddenly filled with dread. Everything could be a trap. Rui could have been moved. Shigure could be lying. There's so many components in the encounter, so many things that can blow completely wrong. I turn my gaze to Ryota, who only jerks his head at the door in a distinctly more impatient fashion. Impatience. I file this nugget into the back portion of my mind that's still miraculously working. Then, with one deep breath, I enter the classroom. Ryota follows straight behind me, announcing my appearance with a loud crow. And the delinquent arrives at last. He pushes up his sleeves as if he's getting ready for work, tossing his keys and phone on top of the desk. Probably in an effort to unburden himself for whatever he has planned. I stop abruptly, my eyes roving frantically across the classroom, searching empty space. There. Huddled in the back corner of the room are 3 desolate figures, each tied firmly to their chairs. One of them, with streaks of orange hair shining softly in scant moonlight, is Rui. For a moment, I see nothing else. My eyes fix on her and my throat closes. Happy? I shuffle forward, a choked whimper tearing out of my mouth before I can stop it. It's only after seeing her that the weight falls, that I realize how long it's been since we've last spoken, that I realize how much I missed her, that I remember what life was like without her. I brace my hands against the desk to keep myself from collapsing bonelessly to the ground, forcing slow and steady breaths into my lungs. Still alive. Alive and before my eyes. She screams something muffled against her gag and kicks the wall. The abrupt noise stops me in my tracks. Oh, it seems the damsel in distress wants to share some lovely words. Clearly amused, he stands to his feet and swaggers over to the chairs. In one fluid motion, he flourishes something from the teacher's desk and holds it high in the air. A knife, serrated and sickly, the blade glinting coldly at the edges. With a jolt of panic, I leap forward. Don't! He slices down. Time freezes. The tip of the knife whisks forward and over, straight towards Rui's skull, searing the air below it in two. At the last possible moment, pulls back and neatly shreds the knot on her gag. The cloth flutters elegantly in the air, coming to rest in the linoleum below. I force a ragged breath as Ryota screeches. Oh, kid, the look on your face, priceless. Priceless. I slump against the desk, my relief too great to allow room for anger. Instead, I stare at Rui, her eyes, her hair, the tip of her nose, letting the memorized image remind me of home. Comfort, teasing, loud Christmas dinners, and scented candles at the town festival, whispered inside jokes, elbows in the ribs, playing make-believe like two idiots. Rui, the hell are you thinking, Yama? Why would you come here? The voice changes octaves with every syllable, and her eyes are full of tears. But despite her terror, she's only worrying about me. I clear my throat and croak something incomprehensible. Then try again. You're okay. Yeah, but not for long. Why didn't you just stay home? Because I couldn't leave her to die. Because I had to do something. I guess I got lazy at being lazy. She starts out a choked laugh, something almost frenetic, as if she didn't mean to laugh, but she couldn't help it. Well, there's a surprise. She sends me a weak smile. I turn to Ryota, who only smiles lazily in response. You see? I'm a good sport, so very accommodating. You won't find an executioner of my tier anywhere else in the world. Executioner? Executioners kill for a purpose. Executioners are given targets by other people. Is it possible to get any information out of them? Executioner? You mean a glorified hunting dog? So I say with an attempt in a cold, flat tone, but to my dismay, my voice cracks. This only seems to heighten Ryota's glee. Hunting? Oh no. Hunting is meant for practical purposes. Hunting is for the meat, or the hide, or the money from sales. I like to think of myself as a gardener, pruning dead weight so the branches of actual promise can grow. My id is my employer, my ego, the employee. And don't think I don't know what you're doing. Scraping for time won't bring the police any closer, boy. Do you realize that you sound... No, no more provocations. It's time for school to begin its session. He abruptly pounds the handle of his knife against his desk, blasting my ears with a sudden sound. My heart instinctively jumps into my throat. He snickers quietly at the shock that must be evident on my face. Welcome, class. Hate to say it, but you're now in a remedial session. Ooh. Why did the text change all of a sudden? That was odd. Suffice to say, you've all screwed up in a big way, and my job is to whip you back into shape. Okay. I hate to say it, but someone in this... Okay, he does the same thing. He suddenly whips to me. You, why aren't you sitting down? I sit down, throat dry. Alright, now what happens here? Now, Ishimoto, is it? Since you came in late, you'd get to be my special assistant. My body goes cold. My eyes immediately turn to the knife. Ryota, reading my intentions, chuckles. Oh, don't look so scared, boy. You'll help me discipline. Sounds like a much better position to be in, doesn't it? Relief courses through me, and I hate myself for it. I'll give you a little choice, boy. Listen carefully because it's an important one. Each of us needs to discipline someone else. That's a given. This is a remedial class, after all. But I'll give you two fabulous options out of the goodness of my heart. Oh dear. Either my disciplinee will be darling little Rui, and yours will simply be that plastic class skeleton, or both of us will work on these other two students. Other students? Since when were... Ah, right, the two strangers sitting by Rui. I look to the back of the room, sizing up the three figures. The first is a girl, the second a boy. I don't recognize either of them, but they look young. Maybe in their first year. They're speechless, but even from where I sit, I can see sweat rolling from their temples and dripping onto their necks, and their knees are clearly shaken. Both of them, absolutely terrified. Innocent bystanders pulled into this sick, dastardly game. Rui is next to them. Unlike the others, she is completely still, eerily so, like she's been turned into stone. But when I meet her gaze, I see nothing but tears of fear in her eyes. She's ungagged. In a different circumstance, she would have volunteered immediately in order to save the other two students. She would have been brave and fiery, and everything the world knows her for. The fact that she isn't saying a word tells me just how scared she is. My eyes drift back to Ryota, who only tilts his head. The knife twitches in his hand, and I suddenly piece everything together. He is a discipliner. I am a discipliner. Whatever he is planning on doing, I will have to copy. If he breaks bones, so must I. If he saws through limbs, so must I. If I don't, then all of us will be killed right here and right now. Because the only thing keeping him from playing along is me. I could pick the class skeleton. I would only have to maim plastic. Stop on plastic. Break plastic. Everything would be safe. But then Rui. Rui would be in the hands of Ryota, and watching Rui get hurt. I don't think I could bear it. I came here to save her. Letting her die in Ryota's hands. No, there has to be a different way. But then what? The other 2 students? That's 2 lives instead of 1. 2 bodies instead of 1. Objectively, it's the worst decision in every way. Ryota knows this. Because he knows me. Sometimes better than I know myself. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The ultimate trade-off. I can't give up Rui. I just can't. But forcing 2 other students to suffer? Just who do I pick? Oh dear. What do I pick here? If I pick the 2 students, I might get the same bad end again. With Rui watching me. Oh no. Something in my gut really wants me to pick Rui and the skeleton here. But I don't know. You know, there is one thing that I do remember. Shigure saying something stupid or something stupider. I don't think I can wait at the screen though, can I? Nothing seems to be happening. Damn. The fact that Rui wasn't here just auto-played a bad ending for me. So this gives me another decision point. Let's go for the top one. Rui and the skeleton. Even if it means Rui will suffer, wouldn't it be better for just one person to face the consequences? That's what I tried to tell myself. If I pick Rui, then only a plastic skeleton will be my victim, not another human being. She can hate me, but I need to choose this. Then I pick Rui. Surprise flickers across Ryota's face. This is clearly not the outcome that he had been expecting. Neither did I, in all honesty. Want to play the hero, I see. I don't. I look at Rui helplessly. I don't know why. Seeking penance, maybe? Reassurance? Either way, it's a stupid decision. She must hate me for every fiber of her being, and even if she doesn't right now, she'll end up hating me in the future. She looks at me tearfully, but there's no sign of hatred in her eyes. She even offers a weak smile. A smile? Why? Surely it's not out of gratitude. I can't even say that it's out of pride at making the right decision. I read her gaze silently as Ryota hauls her across the room. She grunts in pain as he slams the back of her chair against the desk. But that tremulous smile remains. Ah, I understand. She isn't smiling because of the emotion she's feeling. She's smiling, determined, because she knows that it's the last time I can see her smile. I freeze at the realization. A throbbing pain resounds in my chest. The last time. No, I have to believe that Shigure will come. I have to trust that she'll make it in time. Why, Rui? Why my foundation? Why of all people? No. Focus, focus, and trust. I can do this. I force a tentative smile, pushing it across my face, even as every muscle screams against it. Rui's eyes glisten in the moonlight, full of unshed tears. Then Ryota straightens, ignorant of our little moment, and clears his throat. Now, shall I explain the rules? He strides behind the teacher's desk and pulls something out underneath. My heart drops. 2 metal pipes, around 3 feet in length, rough around the edges. He rolls one to me. I automatically stoop down and pick it up. We'll take turns inflicting blows on our disciplinees. Good, solid blows that make nice musical sound. If you can stay sane for as long as Rui is conscious, well, you win. Everyone's a winner. I tried to speak past my dry throat. What? What kind of hell is this? I just hit some plastic skeleton and stand idly by as Ryota wails on Rui? He hits her until she falls unconscious. That can't be. He'll kill her that way. He can take his time, hitting her toes, then her foot, then her ankle, then her knee, working his way as he slowly as he breaks her body. Pain and torment without any sense of the relief that is unconsciousness. My hands shake uncontrollably as Ryota unceremoniously dumps a plastic skeleton at my feet. It gazes up at me with a macabre grin fixed on its face. Well, procrastinators never prosper, so might as well get to work. He raises his pipe with great melodrama, and Rui whimpers reflexively. No, wait. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have picked Rui. But Ryota's pipe is already in its terrible trajectory, soaring downward and... Hwa! Rui's face contorts in agony as Ryota's pipe slams right on her toes. Her screams rip through the air and claws at my eardrums. She wasn't supposed to suffer. I was supposed to save her. Not Rui. Anyone but Rui. There's a shrill noise in the space between my ears as my vision pulses angrily, tilting my sense of balance. What's the matter, boy? You weren't supposed to... Rui wasn't supposed to... I thought that... Suck it up, kid. This is how lovely the world is. Your play. George the Skeleton's about to have a bad time. He points casually at the plastic skeleton at my foot. Completely unaffected. There's not a single shred of humanity left in him. Nothing that shrinks back at the prospect of harming another human being. Just pure malice. Nothing that I can fight against. We haven't got all day. Or are you trying to stall? I swallow, mouth painfully dry. I lift the pipe and slam it into the skeleton without much thought. The femur breaks cleanly, skittering into 2 pieces. Plastic, after all, is not very strong. Even so, just the sight of it turns my thoughts to Rui. What effects did Ryota's blow have on her bones? How much pain is she going through? Boring. Glad it's my turn again. You really know how to kill a crowd, kid. He turns away and raises his pipe again. No! Swings it down, biceps corded with tension. Oh, yeah. Stop. Make it all stop. She's not supposed to die. She's not supposed to suffer. My head shrieks with pain as I crumple to the ground, the pipe rolling out of my hands. Agony. Nothing but endless agony. Not her. Not her. Then, I'm overcome with a wave of nausea. Not the sickening blow of a fever or a flu. Something on a deeper scale that flows to the outer edge of my body. A sensation that's slimy and incurable. Again, my mind whispers. Again. There's silence from Ryota. Silence from Rui. Not a single peep. Am I transforming again? Even the students in the back are silent. Maybe they're trying to blend. In the background, maybe they want to be forgotten. Ryota should be cackling with satisfaction. He's breaking me effectively. Rui, Ryota, and 2 students, the 4 of them only stare at me, silently, as if frozen in time. I drop the pipe, but it lands soundlessly, like the world is a velvet muffler. What is this? I step towards Ryota, but he doesn't budge. His eyes remain on the spot where I was. The room is still and silent, and miraculously peaceful, like a scene put on pause, or a stage play in the middle of intermission. A shadow flits in the corner of my vision, immediately drawing my attention. Who's there? Nothing. Of course nothing. There's no longer anything, simply emptiness, because I am helpless, and there's nothing left for me. This is out of my control. I can do nothing more. Death after death, an endless cycle of suffering, living in a world that delights in breaking innocent souls. It's better to just give up and die. If I could fall to the ground right at this moment and just let myself rot, that would certainly be ideal. Or do I need to live? To lie down without a fight? Or to set my revenge on the world? To make society resent the people who raised such a monster? I feel like I'm getting a bad end again. This is out of my control, and now in my control. And so I wake. Time has resumed. No, it never stopped at all. Oh no. Rui's eyes glazed with pain, slouched against her chair, her feet most certainly mangled beneath her schoolgirl loafers. She is my first priority. I step next to Rui and reach out a hand, brushing my fingers against her cheek. Ryota does not move. He seems surprised at the motion. I take advantage of the moment, leaning in to press a kiss against her forehead. Sweet Rui. She deserved none of this. Yama, be at peace. Before Ryota can move, I raise the pipe. Oh, no. One deft final swing that hits dead center. Rui's neck snaps backward at the impact. Then she rests quietly. I straighten, closing my eyes at the solemn moment of peace in the classroom. She deserves a moment of silence for respect. You monster! How could you? My eyes snap open at the unwelcome interruption and turn to the back corner of the room, where the 2 captive students are still bound to chairs. I'd almost forgotten about them. They're writhing against their chairs, a toxic concoction of anger and terror swimming in their eyes. A truly tragic scenario. But they are obnoxious and hardly influential, disturbing this sacred moment. I tighten my grip on the pipe and stride to the back of the room. No one moves to stop me. Of course, only one person can, and he is currently pressed to the floor in his own shock. It's quick work to swing the pipe twice more. I meet no resistance. Being tied to a chair probably has something to do with that. Instant silence. I sigh quietly, flicking fragments of bone of blood off my pipe, feeling for the first time in total control of the situation. So this is true strength. How I envy it. I turn my gaze to the man standing by the teacher's desk. His face is utterly still. Masked with years of long practice, I can sense a new wings of terror beating beneath his breast. It has probably been a long time since a man like him has felt fear. I smile absently, a tingle of pride buried beneath my hollowness. This man, with a haggard face, beaten brow, shredded pupils, accustomed to chaos of the highest order, fears me. Who are you? Why do you ask? I see this man's calculations crumbling in his eyes. Clearly the situation is not expected. You're not Yama. Nonsense. There's no one else I can plausibly be. He's simply limited his preconceived notions, the fool. I advance towards him, raising my well-grown pipe. Let him burn. Let this whole world burn. I feel like I'm just gonna let this ride out again. Looking for a way to escape? I'm waiting. Want something different? Yeah, it's the same ending. Am I destined to be just a murderer at the end of all this? No, there's something different here. Instead, he raises his unarmed hand, pointing across the room toward the broad window which lets in a pool of light into the body that was once Rui Hayata. I know that look in your eyes. Not so different. Okay, I was slightly different. Yep. And I still kill Ryota. And Rui Hayata, the only one who could have possibly have stopped this metamorphosis. Okay. Another bad end. One more time. I want to choose the other option. So I need to do this while charging. Location. I'm still alive. Get help. Doesn't want to alert the killer. Just once. Answer. Refuse. Reject. Accept. Let's go with the 2 students this time. One more time. I tried to speak, but it comes out as a croak. And I try again. Let's work on the other 2 students. Ryota's face lights up in a manic smile. Rui's jaw drops. The other 2 students explode. You bastard. You damn bastard. I can't believe you. Please, don't hurt my sister. Don't hurt me. This makes me freeze. Brother and sister. I silently watch as Ryota gleefully skips over to the chairs, dragging the two students over. The cruelty will never end. I swear if you lay one finger on my brother... The momentum throws the girl against the ropes, temporarily choking her into silence. Isn't she just so darling? I picked her out specifically for you. Okay, it's the same. I want to see where's the difference. You're disgusting, and I say nothing. It vaguely dawns on me that I should direct her anger at the serial killer. At the psychopath who orchestrated this entire thing. But can I really? They still had hope. Hope that they would go unscathed. That only one person would have to suffer rather than two. I crushed that hope. The last hope they ever had. And now, they'll die for it. Agonizingly, with nothing but despair. Instead, my reply is automatic and empty. I'm sorry. I fully expect her to spit in my face, but she turns her head away. Hisao, look at me. Look at me, Hisao. The terrified boy locks eyes with her, face doused in a mixture of tears and sweat. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Won't be. You'll be okay. But he only leans against the wall, grinning like he's having the time of his life. Of course. He must be having a field day. The pleasure of pain brings him more joy than death itself. I get the sudden urge to laugh, and I don't know why. Yama. The airy voice from the corner reminds me of Rui's presence. She's staring quietly at the scene before her, face bleached white. You're not going to hurt her, are you? Guilt, terror, regret, anguish. We must both be feeling their full effects. Close your eyes, Rui. She stifles a quiet sob. I turn to Ryota. Now that everything's set up, I need you to untie Rui. You know I can't do anything to you while you still have that knife, and neither can she. Neither of us will leave the other person to die either. Only because you're the teacher's pet, boy. He stalks over to Rui's chair and cleanly slices at her bonds. She promptly clasps her hands together, breathing deeply. Don't run, Rui. He'll kill both of us. I won't. I turn back to Ryota, hands sweating against the fabric of my jacket. So what are the rules of the game? Oh, it's quite simple. Okay, metal pipes. He rolls one to me. Good, solid blows, okay. Knocks out or kills or disciplinee loses. Or at least not lose. Each blow needs to be felt by their conscious mind. Pick up the knight. That's boring. Something like this needs to be remembered. So, because I've read all this before. It's the exact same dialogue at this point. I shift the pipe in my... This is new. I shift the pipe in my hand, feeling its weight. It's hefty, sturdy. Could easily break bones. Probably shatter a skull. And it's in my hands. I'll go first. Watch and learn. He stands over the boy, gripping the pipe tightly in one hand, keeping the knife in the other. I watch transfixed. Let's see. Same thing. 3, 2, 1. Psych. Yeah, he psychs out and then... The boy is still screaming as Ryota steps back, an expression that I've never seen before dawning on his face. No beauty, true beauty. How poignant is your sting? He giggles quietly to himself as the boy writhes against his chair, like forced in an awkward angle. Damn it! This can't go on. I realize it quietly through the empty shock as my fingers tighten around the pipe. I can't let this go on. Is there a way to outthink this situation? Anything at all? When it's needed most, my mind fails me. Well, your turn, boy. 4 students, including me. 4 lives at stake. 2 thrust in the middle of terrible suffering. I originally came with the intention to just grab as much time as I possibly could. I thought I could prevent a death. Maybe 2. But there's no sign of the police. Not even the slightest indicator that they'll come at all. And now death is looking like the best option. To buy time, I'd have to draw out this game. causing as much pain to this girl as she can bear, while the boy suffers beyond description. And if the police don't come, we'll still end up dead. I can crack this girl's skull, give her a merciful end, and then I lose. Ryota unleashes his knife on the rest of us. Or if I move really fast, maybe I can put an end to both her and her brother, in which case it would only be down to Rui and me. No. Shiguri said that she would come. She swore she would come. She said, she promised, she told me. Stop dallying about, boy. We haven't got all day. This is where things change. This is a lose. I know it. Stall? The dumb option, the dumber option, the stall option. Let's trust Shigure's words. Pipes? Don't you think it's a little, I don't know, dated? Just because something is old-fashioned doesn't mean it's bad. One more time. I don't see what you mean. Sure you do. Never been an avid fan of change, have you? Should I do it one more time? I've already gotten 2 bad ends. The first one was because I pressed too much, and it just auto-played all the way to the end. I didn't get a single choice. The second one, I chose Rui, thinking that would throw him off, but it still ended up almost exactly the same. Just, I also killed Rui at the end. Let's see. I feel like I could only do it twice. Because the last time it was only twice. It seems like more like a just random guess to see like how many times you do it until it ends. Oh man. I feel like I want to hit this one more time, though. So you're saying that I'm stuck in my ways? We all have a natural tempo. Nothing wrong with that. That's certainly a positive outlook. I know what you're trying to do, kid. Cut it out. Make your choice now. Okay. What do I do? What do I do? Why is my... Oh no, why is it lagging? It's lagging so much. I lost so many frames at one point. What the hell just happened? In a situation like this, it seems like everything... Oh man... Why? Why is it doing this? Okay. I've lost everything. I keep losing frames, everyone. Is it? Oh dear. It was like 30 minutes ago? Like the first time I went through this? So, people really haven't even been able to watch my endings, have they? Oh, that's such a goddamn shame. Yeah, I'm just losing frames. I'm just losing way too many frames now. Ah. All right. What do I do here? Do I just end it and try to go for the endings again and just re-showcase them? I feel like I have to do that. This is like, I'm pretty sure this is unwatchable at this point, and I need to get ready for work. That was really bad. It's back up now, but I feel like I've lost so much data in the past. I didn't even really notice. My stream already stopped and started once. God damn it. Alright. I am going to make a decision here. I am not going to be done with this game yet, but I have to stop it here. I'm going to save it on another slot to continue this one. And, I'm just going to swap back to here. So. Damn, that sucks. That really does suck. I am going to end it here, though. Thank you, everyone, for watching. The internet is just dying. I'm just going to type it out. Internet dying. I need to get ready for work. I will replay the endings next week. Bye bye, everyone.